Remind me.
Good morning, everyone, to those of you who are viewing online, to the 2022 Head of the River. We're celebrating 100 years of rowing at the head of the school's head of the river. The first one in 1922 between St. Peter's College and Adelaide High School. So on behalf of our host school, Walford Anglican School for Girls, we're delighted to welcome you to the Head of the River in 2022. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So we have a warm welcome from Rebecca Clark, who's the principal of Walford, and Walford School are the hosts for today's event. So racing due to start at 8 o'clock, and as you will see, we do have a start in the first event. We are running a number of heats, which is a bit unusual due to the fact that COVID shut down the super school races by which normally the heats are held, and by this time we have the full seeding for the Head of the River events. But as we've only had one schools race this year, the organisers were unable to do the seeding in those events that require or will have more than 8 competitors. So we're well underway at the moment with the first race, which is the Schoolboy Year 8A Cox Quad, and this is their first heat. And you'll see coming down the course, we should have St. Ignatius in lane 3, Christian Brothers in 4, Scotch College in 5, Pembroke School in 6, and Adelaide High in 7.
And I reckon it's Scotch College looking the goods, David. Hello, everyone. I'm Amber Halliday, a rower from 100 years ago, Olympic rower, world champion, and big fan of school rowing because that is where it all began for me. So I'm seeing Scotch do well. We've got an easterly wind on the course, which means that it's just coming in from the left-hand side of the screen. Not particularly a headwind or a tailwind, so it might not be favouring the crews on the far side, but we'll just keep an eye on that during the day. And it looks like we have some trouble with one of the crews now we're up back and running. I'm not sure who that crew is. We're looking through some very dirty windows here at Rowing SA headquarters. David, can you see what's happening out the back there? Scotch is doing very well out front. And is that St. Ignatius?
It's Adelaide High, who've, I think, stopped.
Run into some trouble, but they're all back and running now, so that's great. We want to see everyone have a good row today, no matter where they come. Oh, and they're just having a bit of trouble getting back going again. But I'm sure it's pretty good. And we've got a very comfortable Scotch College crew out in front. They should cross the line in first. And David, correct me when I go wrong because it's been a while. And
recognising who's who.
I mean, it looks like it. I know, it's hard to reckon. It looks like Pembroke in second,
Pembroke.
but
Pembroke in second.
what are they doing over there? They're meant to be over this side of the course.
Yeah, that's a point.
Yeah, they're confusing us on the very first race.
Yes, they're in the wrong
So
lane.
there you go. And we've got the direct sunrise coming straight into our view of the last 100 metres. So hopefully we don't have any super close races that we're going to miss out on the action in the last few strokes of the race. But well done to Scotch. That was a strong win. And we're thinking it was Pembroke second.
Yes.
And coming up, so it's the first three through to the A final.
So it's a very good race here between Ignatius and Christian Brothers.
Yeah, and whoever wins out of this will go through to the A final. Whoever crosses the line second out of this little competition will go through to the B final.
So
It's looking pretty comfortable.
looks like Christian Brothers
Yeah.
just beat Ignatius by about half a length. So they'll go through to the A final.
Well done. That was a good race. And I hope...
And we have Adelaide High now just going across the line to complete the event.
And Crew's lining up for the second race, which is the second heat of this Year 8 Schoolboy Coxed Quad. First three going through the A final and the fourth to the B final, because we've got 4 crews in this race. Norwood Morialta in lane 3, Prince Alfred College or PAC in lane 4, St Peter's lane 5 and Unley in lane 6. I noticed that one of the crews here, the PAC crew, is coached by Emily Elcoury, and I knew her as Emily Haynes. Being a Walford person, David, you would know the Haynes sisters.
I remember Em Haynes, yes.
Em Haynes, there's Alice Haynes, who I rode with, and Sally Haynes, who was the eldest.
Yes, she was a good rower.
Yeah, and they were all good rowers. Emily, I think, going to represent Australia at Junior Worlds. So fantastic to see her coaching here at PAC. Well, depends on your perspective, I guess.
So race 2 is well underway. This is the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 A Division Cox Quad. And we've got 4 crews coming down. So lane 1 is on the beach side of the course, so we're looking across, and crews always are put in the middle lanes. So in lane 3 we have Norwood Morialta, lane 4 Prince Alfred College, lane 5 St Peter's College, and in lane 6 Unley High School. So again, the first 3 will go through to the A final, and the 4th place will join the 2 crews from the previous heat in the B final. And looking down the course, at the moment it looks like Prince Alfred College leading the way from lane 4, and then very little separating the other 3 schools, possibly St Peter's on their outside. In lane 5 would be second, and then it's going to be a race for third between Norwood Morialta out in lane 3 and Unley High School in lane 6. But as they go past the hotel, telling us that they've got about 400 metres left to go.
But it feels like an eternity. I start counting I always start counting at the rocks. You've got about 30 strokes to go at the rocks.
The rocks.
250 metres to go.
Yes, the rocks are situated at the end of the beach here at West Lakes, where the crowd gather because it's the bit that sticks out into the course, and you get a great view all the way down to the start. So I can see down at the rocks it's packed with spectators.
Socially distanced packed? Or just packed? They're outdoors.
Yes.
So that's allowed.
Yes.
I think. I've lost concept of the rules. PAC are looking very good out front. This is essentially a race not to come last, because the top 3 go through to the A final, and the the last crew goes through to the B final. And it's pretty close between the last two. PAC are looking very cruisy out in front. They could almost take the foot off the pedal a little bit and save some energy for the final. St. Peter's are also cruising. I would say that they should take the foot off the pedal and save some energy for the final. And then it's on between third and fourth place. Whoever comes in third will go into the A final. Whoever comes in fourth will be rowing in the B final. Oh, we've got a little bit of a disruption in the Saints boat, but they have recovered well. Sorry, not the Saints boat. The Unley boat. Saints are going to cross the line. PAC cross the line, then Saints, and then the race is on between these final two crews to see who will get in the A final. And we've got Unley on the far side and Nord Morialta on the near side. Although, take what I say with a pinch of salt. It's very Nord's through. David's made the call. Oh, wow. That was very close, very exciting. It's an exciting race, and they're still going beyond the finish line. I'm just saying to everyone, David, that they should certainly take what I say with a pinch of salt, not being totally familiar with all of the school uniforms at the moment and looking through very dirty windows.
Yes, it's a bit difficult this time of the morning with the where the sun is, that the school colours get quite dark as we look across the course.
Yes, I do apologise if we make any wrong calls. We're hoping to do our best. And it's fantastic, the live feed that we have this year, multiple cameras. I'm just so impressed. This has come a long way since my day, for sure.
So we're well away in race 3. This is the schoolgirl year 8, B division Cox Quad heat. This is heat 1. And we've got 5 crews coming down. So there's across the course in lane 3 is Unley High, lane 4 Walford, lane 5 Wilderness, lane 6 Scotch College, and in lane 7 Nord Morialta. And those crews coming down from 1,000 metres, and they'll be approaching the 500 metre point shortly. And we can see that the early leader is in the middle of the course, and that would be Wilderness. And very little then separating the next 2 crews, which would be Scotch and Walford. So again, the first 3 go to the final. And
to final A.
Yes, final A.
And the rest to final B.
That's right.
And we still want final Bs to have a good, hard row. They've deserved it. It's been a tough, tough year. And a special shout out to April Kelly, or I knew her as April Ackhurst, who is Grace Kelly's mum. Grace Kelly is sitting in the Nord Morialta boat of this race. I grew up with April Ackhurst, and I remember her in her mum's tummy. I mean, that's how old I am. But special shout out to Grace Kelly, who's in the Nord Morialta boat in this race. Everyone's trying to get in the top 3 to get through to the A final.
So you may notice if there are shots at the bank that we have far fewer spectators than in previous years when we get 5 to 8,000 people here because we've had to adopt to the restrictions imposed by the COVID. So on behalf of all the member schools, we want to thank the heads of rowing, coaches, umpires, volunteers and parents who've responded to the changing schedules and race cancellations and leading up to this event. We're grateful too for the generous sponsors, Rowing SA, the local council, and to our Head of the River project manager, Beck Francis. So into the concluding stages of the event, the crews have reached the red buoys, known as 250 metres to go. And as you can see on your screen, that the school in white, which is Wilderness School, leading the way to the school on their inside in lane 4, which is Walford. And then on the other side, we've got Scotch, which are being pursued quite vigorously by Unley High.
Oh, it's a very interesting race for third here because Scotch have just had a boat stopper on the far side.
Oh, yes.
Oh, get the oar back. Oh, here we
So
go.
Scotch have got a bit of a problem. They've only got 3 scullers going now, so the stroke has run into a big problem.
Oh, here we go. We're back on.
Got 'em
Oh,
going.
and now the Unley crew have had a few boat stoppers. See, this is part of the skill of rowing these races is rowing with the least amount of mistakes.
Yes, it's the pressure of the head of the river.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be a very close finish. You can see on the screen, Unley High have got their nose in front. And yes, they crossed the finishing line in 3rd place.
Ahead of Scotch, and I really feel bad for situations like that. It can be such a small mistake that can cause this to happen. It can be getting tangled up with the buoys or just losing grip of the oar. But I hope they recover and have a great race in the B final. So, heat 2 of the schoolgirl year 8 Coxed Quad. We've got Seymour on the far side, St. Peter's Girls, Loreto, Pembroke School and Adelaide High on the near side. Everyone looks to be away cleanly. Oh, again, just a few mistakes, a bit of nerves that can play out in the tips of your fingers, and just that means you lose grip of the oar or make some other little mistake which can result in these little crabs. And hopefully they're just a part of getting the nerves out and working through the nerves. And so whatever happens, whichever final they make, the final is going to be a good row for them. So who do you think is out in front here?
Yes, I hesitate to guess. I would say it's St. Peter's Girls in lane
Oh, you think so?
4.
Pembroke.
And then on then Pembroke on the far side in 6. So I think it's between the crew in white with the blue dash, which is St. Peter's Girls, and Pembroke. Pembroke are in green with a yellow stripe.
A crew coached by Sophia Shuhinin, and she is a rower who has gone to chase her own elite pathway over in America.
Oh.
She's got a scholarship to, I have forgotten the college over there, but a major college, and an academic and rowing scholarship. So that's fantastic to see. And that pathway is now open for rowers who also want to be in the Australian team.
So they've approaching the rocks 2:50 to go, and it's still St. Peter's Girls leading the way, and I would suggest that Seymour College now sitting in second place. They've come through from lane 3.
Oh, I've been calling the lanes around the wrong way. I
So
do
I think,
apologise.
So
No
I think
wonder.
Seymour have gone past Pembroke. And then we have Loretto sitting in 4th place. So the first 3 we're looking at through the A final. And it's St. Peter's Girls sitting out quite comfortably at the moment.
They're looking very strong, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just they just dropped their rating a little bit for a while, but they're back going. And then it's Seymour on this side of the course. You see on your screen Seymour just leading the crew on the outside, which is Pembroke, and the one in the middle is Loretto. So it looks like at the moment it's going to be Loretto that miss out on the A final. And then we have a fair way back Adelaide High, and they've run into a bit of trouble. They've actually stopped about 300 metres out, so they'll probably row off the course to get out of the way. So that's the finish order. St. Peter's Girls, Seymour, Pembroke, and then Loretto.
And apologies, I haven't had my coffee this morning. I've been calling the lanes around the wrong way because, of course, on the page there, the other way round. Okay, so I just turned my page this way. So we're talking about the bigger numbers being on the far side of the course, and the smaller lane numbers are on our side of the course.
That's very clever of you.
Oh my gosh! I need to just sip my coffee a little bit more, and I'm going to come good. I was thinking, why have they changed around the lanes? They're messing with us. But no,
Yes.
it's been me.
Depends
all
on
along.
what course you're on in Australia, which way the lanes are relative to the commentary point. So in some places they run in a different order.
So Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8A Coxed Quad. First 3 to Final A, and 4th and 5th to the B final. So I'm going to call them this way around. On the far side, we have Walford, and then Scotch College, Loretto, St. Peter's Girls, and Norwood closest to the camera. Is that right, David?
That's excellent. Yes, well done, Amber. Yes,
Oh my gosh.
you're approaching graduation. So as I mentioned earlier, this is the 100th anniversary for the head of the river in South Australia. In 1922, we had Adelaide High School and St. Peter's College on the Torrens in the city, who rowed against each other. And then over the decades, schools kept joining and building up to the event we have today. So Prince Alfred College joined them with the Scotch College. Then there was a gap in racing due to polio, and in 1961 we had Pulteney Grammar, King's College, who are now Pembroke, and Christian Brothers. And then
Due to polio. Oh, the epidemics were messing with us back then.
yes,
Oh,
we've had a
no.
few of those. Polio was a nasty one. So in 1978, Unley High School joined us, and then in 87, Wilderness, followed by 2 years later Walford, and the more recent ones of Nord Moriata, who's now Nord International High School, then Seymour, Loretto, St Ignatius and St Peter's Girls, who came in 2013. So back to the racing, and this being the first heat, So we've got out in the middle of the course, looks like it's Loreto.
Loreto, they've got very similar uniforms in the shadow
Yeah,
to
so
Walford.
Loreto leading the way to on their outside in lane 7 would be Walford. And then a gap to St. Peter's Girls from lane 4. Scotch would be in 4th place. And then quite a big gap back to Norwood Moriata back in lane 3.
And the crew in front just cruising along. They've lowered their rate, keeping it nice and long. That's what you do when you're sitting pretty out in front. Still plenty of shouts from the crowd down here, but they're playing it smart.
In fact, it's Loreto. Just checking the bow numbers. It's Loreto out in front, ahead of Walford on the far side and St. Peter's Girls. So Loreto go down to the line and take out the first heat. Closely followed on the far side, the crews going into the sun is Walford and then St. Peter's Girls. And then just appearing on your screen to the right is Scotch College. And Scotch and Norwood Moriata will go through to the B final later in the program. So as I said earlier, normally we don't have heats. They are conducted in the Special Schools Regatta, and there are usually 3 of them in before the head of the river, which allow for the seeding to take place for the finals. And there's always one right at the end of previous year. So last year there was one, and then nothing until 2 weeks ago due to the COVID restrictions, and the other regattas were cancelled. So not all events have got heats. So you will see that the years and the grading of the races changes around in some sort of erratic order, trying to get the heats done so that the finals can be put into the correct order at the end of the day. So we're now up to race 6, which, as you can see, is at the start line.
Schoolgirl Year 8 A Cox Quad, Heat 2. My heart is beating a little bit faster for this one, David, because my niece, Mia Chapman, is in the Pembroke boat, stroking. She comes from it's not just me. She comes from a long line of world champion rowers. No, heritage, rowing heritage. Lee Chapman, her father, was a representative in the junior men's 4, I think in 1996, winning a silver medal, and that's all testing my memory. Her mum, Bianca Halliday, was also a Trans-Tasman representative, so the pressure's on, Mia. Come on, it's not just me.
Right.
So we're looking, totally, we're all focused on the Pembroke School, which is on the far side, like
that's
lane
right.
7, far side. Okay, Amber, check yourself.
Yes, you're a Pembroke family.
Yes.
Yes. No, I was teaching at Pembroke last year, so taught some of the rowers coming through.
Got some affiliation.
Yes.
Now, Mia's crew is very strong and has the Pembroke, Mia's crew. The Pembroke crew has been doing very well this year, and really they and the other crews who have had standout years need to focus on minimising mistakes.
Yes, that's the main problem with the younger crews, the Year 8s. For many of them, they're first head of the river, and it's not like a normal regatta. There's a lot more stress involved. So we do get the occasional mistakes. Crew is catching crabs, and we know that there are very few crabs in Northwest Lakes, even though it's salt water. It's not something you normally find.
Well, I'm actually seeing quite a close race out here. We're top 3 to final A and 4th and 5th to the B final.
It's probably Wilderness. I think the crew in white in lane 4. Ahead of the crew on the outside in lane 7, Pembroke. So I think at the moment it's a race between those two, with Seymour sitting in 3rd. They're in lane 6. And the other two crews are racing quite neck and neck together. That's Unley and Adelaide High.
I think the easterly has picked up a little bit, but it's still quite perpendicular to the course, where the rougher lanes on this close side to the course, to the camera, is not particularly disadvantaged to the far side. The far side doesn't have a particular advantage at the moment, but we'll see whether that easterly swings to the north or to the south. It's actually a very close race considering the margins of this year. But it hasn't been a blanket undefeated season, certainly not for the Pembroke crew. I think the Wilderness crew is looking very good, maybe just starting to tire a little bit. Pembroke and Seymour on the far side, having a good race. A ding-dong battle, some people would say.
I think Pembroke may have just got their nose in front of Seymour. And Wilderness maybe half a boat length further back in 3rd. But from our viewpoint, it's Pembroke just ahead of Seymour. So on your screen, it's the crew on the outside. They're in green.
And even though these 3 crews will all go through to the A final, it is a matter of pride.
Yes, they're treating it very seriously.
Yeah. Oh, and it's really hard to tell who just came through, but I think it was Pembroke and
Seymour and Wilderness together, I would say.
Yeah. That was a good race. No one had a chance to take it easy out of that race. But being 1,000 metres, they've got a pretty good chance of turning it around quickly and performing in a few hours' time for the final.
So those 3 crews will go through to the A final, and Unley High and Adelaide High progress through to the B final. And on your screen we have an unusual race. This is the Schoolboy Year 8 H, G and I categories Cox Quad, and the 2 crews are both from St. Peter's. So this is actually a final. This is their only race for this category, grouping the GH and I crews together. And St. Peter's College have got an enormous depth in their junior rowers. Most schools will run A, B, C categories, occasionally D, but St. Peter's go all the way down to HG and I with their crew. So again, it's for these 2 crews, it's a matter of they've trained together, worked together, similar ability, who on the day can take out this particular event. So the commentary online at the moment is only online because there are restrictions for electronic broadcasting here at West Lakes, and we can't turn on the speakers for the schools and spectators until 9 o'clock. So we've got 25 minutes before we can start broadcasting to everybody here, so the tone of the commentary will change slightly when we present messages and information to all the rowers and crews here at the moment. So if you're watching online, you're privileged. You've got a best seat in the house to see what's going on in the rowing. And as soon as the sun comes up a bit more, we'll have slightly more accurate finishes, because even with the camera, it's difficult to pick up with the sun reflecting on the water.
It actually looks like the G crew is that them on the far side of the course? There might have been a bit of changing around, because I noticed that the I crew was meant to be in this race but is not.
And they've had to scratch, yes.
So I wonder if that has affected the content of these crews. But they're having a fantastic row. This is their day. This is the last race of the season, and I hope that they have gained a lot through rowing at school, which I sure did. And I think everyone has a great opportunity to. And the two St. Peter's crews coming down the last few strokes of their season, congratulations.
So while we're waiting on the next event to come down, a short ad that the University of South Australia is one of the sponsors for the Head of the River, and they've been a sponsor for a number of years, and they support elite athletes while studying through their Elite Athletes Performing Artists program. So if you're at home watching and thinking about rowing as a sport and going to the University of South Australia, you can visit their information online at unisa.edu.au.
And David, we've got a start underway in the next race, which is a final. Schoolboy Year 8 E&F Coxed Quad. And St. Peter's F are on the far side. Nord Morialta are in the middle. And St. Peter's, I presume, E crew is on the close side. And it looks like all crews are sculling quite cleanly at the moment, which is what we like to see. It is so important for crews just to put together the best race they can for the last race of the season. and hopefully it will leave them wanting to come back next year for more. Because one day soon, we will be back to the packed beach down here, all the school blazers, everyone down here spectating. We will get there again one day. Usually the beach is teeming with school students, bussed in by schools, shouting at the top of their lungs, in their full school uniforms, but often up to their knees in the water. And it's an amazing feeling to carry down the boat in head of the river and part the crowds as you're going to boat down on the beach for your race. I'm getting butterflies just thinking about it, and gosh, it was many decades ago for me. So one of our Saints crews out in front. I presume it's the St. Peter's E crew. Rowing very well. Saints F crew, I think, in second place, and Norwood Morialta in third. It's interesting, it's still Norwood Morialta in the program, although it's, I think now officially, Norwood International. I should know this, I work for the Department for Education, but not my area. So St. Peter's rowing very well. I'm liking how they're getting their blades down close to the water at the catch. You really don't want to see your hands dip down and your blades fly up at the catch, because then you've just got a longer distance till you reach the catch and you can connect with the water and put the power in. So it's a very good thing not to see the blade fly up at the catch. And you see that a lot in junior rowing. Oh, the second St. Peter's crew just having a bit of trouble. But they're back on the pace now. And well done, St. Peter's College. That was a good row. E crew, their final. They've won head of the river. Congratulations. So after this race, being a final, the winning crew will pull into the pontoon here at West Lakes, and they will receive their winners' medals. But hang on, I think it's different rules for a final and other finals, so I'm not quite sure about that. That is the process that will happen with A finals. So the winning crews of A finals will pull into the pontoon here at West Lakes, and they will receive their medals as they sit in the boat, which is the very COVID-safe thing to do. And then I think there are also acknowledgements or some sort of pennants. I'm not sure whether they're medals for second and third place, and they will be presented to those crews at the Head of the River dinner tonight that each school has. David, do you know much about that?
Well, I think you're right. It's a matter of determining what is an A final. So the A and B finals in a particular event, the A final gets the medals, and the B final crew does not. But in the divisions within the year, the A, B, C, and D races, they all get a medal.
That's just another way to trip me up.
That's their category. So if you're rowing Year 9C division, then if you win that final,
that A final,
then you get a
yes,
medal
of
for the C
course.
final. So it's the only the B races from the heats allocation who don't.
What about that race just then? A final EF final. That's only final. They do get a medal.
Yes, they're all down there on the pontoon.
Oh, fantastic!
Which unfortunately at home you can't see because we don't have a camera down there. But
next year.
Next year it would be, yes. So this is the first year that I can remember where the regatta is totally closed off to the public. The area has been sealed by fencing, and the only spectators allowed in are those who are the two parents from rowers and any club and boat race officials. So it's a closed COVID event, and so rather unusually we're looking at maybe 1,000 plus people here at the moment, whereas normally we have between 5,000 and 8,000 people, depending on the weather and a few other things. So it's slightly different, but a really, really good atmosphere, being the 100th year. And the weather is absolutely superb. So it's forecast for 32 degrees here in Adelaide, building up, and a slight breeze from the east, which we can see based on the flags at the moment. It's blowing in from the city.
And we've got a final on the course at the moment, David. We've got the schoolboy Year 8D Coxed Quad race, which is a straight final.
Yes.
Nord Morialta on the far side, then St Peter's College, right in the middle of the course, PAC, Scotch College, and Unley High closest to us. I got that right? Did I get that right?
I think you got that right.
I'm sure the people on the comments will let me know when I'm wrong. The comments have just been delightful so far. Lots of encouragement, lots of, go Walford, go Pembroke, very, very sweet. So it's wonderful to see that everyone's being very encouraging, and we've got like a typical sort of battle between PAC and Saints on the course. And of course it's racing for a final here, so they're racing for that medal on the pontoon that we were just talking about. And yes, very conveniently there's a UniSA flag right in our view, and here we go. I just can't pick them.
No, I think it's neck and neck between St Peter's and
bow ball
Prince
to
Alfred.
bow ball.
The outside lane crew, unfortunately, Nord Morialta stopped a long way back on the course and were seen by the regatta officials.
PAC might be just having an edge. But you know what? It's really close. Sometimes it's going to be on the zig and the zag of who's in the stroke and who's in the recovery.
No, Saints have got
maybe
in front.
Saints, yeah.
So you can see the line coming up now. Yes, half a canvas.
Beep beep.
Half a canvas to St Peter's, just beating Prince Alfred.
Do we have that officially yet? We've got results coming through on our computer here in Rowing SA headquarters, but it's
we won't get
a
it
slight
until the
delay.
race is finished.
Oh, right.
So coming through in third place is going to be Unley High. And they're coming up to the line now. As you can see, they're about to cross into the reflection. And that's the finish. And the finish line actually is a line from a buoy right down on the front here of the beach, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, that buoy with a little white flag, and across to a very large white flagpole on the other side in front of a house. So a line between that buoy and the flagpole is the finish line. And above that buoy, of course, is the Judges' Tower. And they sit up exactly on that line with a piece of stainless steel wire hanging down in front of them, and they can see right across and get a perfect alignment. And of course there's also the photo finish camera right at the top of the Judges' Tower, which picks up the close finishes, as we had in the state championships in the schoolgirl first 8, when Seymour and Walford crossed the line together, and I think it was a win to Seymour by 0.2 of a second based on the photo finish camera. That was the only way you could pick it. So the best equipment here is available to make sure that racing is fair and that these schools do win the event based on the technology of the camera if it's too close for the judges to pick. So back to the racing, and we've got this final of race 10, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Race 10, the Year 8 C division for schoolboys. And look, on the program we have 8 crews coming down.
So that's this racing course at its capacity. No more than 8 crews can fit. And I believe that's an international standard. Usually at the very top level at the Olympics, they will just run 6 crews per race. But often courses can take more. Often they can take up to 8. And it's fantastic to see a buoyed course, a fully buoyed course at West Lakes these days.
And I can only see 5 crews. So I don't know where the others have gone.
A few spare lanes. Yes, you're right. This is probably the nature of the game this year. It would be about students avoiding COVID, unfortunately, and so I'm expecting there to be quite a few last-minute changes. I know that a lot of the rowers themselves were protecting themselves this week against being exposed, which might prevent them from taking their place in Head of the River. And that might be what we're seeing here. I noticed Mike Page is coaching the Pembroke School crew. I wonder if that's the same Mike Page from AUBC. Surely it is. AUBC being Adelaide University Boat Club, which is my club. The best club. Alico Tuddy is here in the office doing a G-up as well, being also a member of AUBC, in fact, the captain of AUBC. Another prominent female captain of AUBC is our governor, Frances Adamson. So there you go. So PAC and Saints, but also Scotch is in the mix for this final. And coming into the calmer water just behind the buildings here, I wonder if, like I say, I think the straight easterly isn't having a huge effect, but maybe getting a bit of glassy water on the far side is enough of a psychological boost. We're getting a few dirty strokes in here. Everyone's very frantic. PAC might just be ahead, but they're making little mistakes. At the moment, they're getting away with it. Ooh, Scotch, just on the far side. I reckon this might be a zig and zag, depending on the... No, I think PAC.
Looks like, yes, PAC across the line just ahead of Scotch and St. Peter's. And we actually had a number of scratchings from this race. There was no Pembroke crew, no Christian Brothers crew, and no Norwood Morialta crew. So obviously number of changes. So we picked PAC to go through to take out the event from Scotch and St. Peter's. And the crew, and one crew about to finish, if they can all put their blade in the water at the same time, they might get there.
And now the next course, the next race on the course is also a final. Schoolboy Year 8B Coxed Quad. And this is also meant to be a full field, and we'll see what happens when it comes down. It's looking a bit more full than the last race. I imagine that that crews, when there are people missing in the higher levels, like the Bs and the Cs, they will draw from the Ds and the Es, and they will get promoted, and that might, you know, decimate the lower ranks, but depends on what sort of approach they want to take. But I think this field is looking pretty full. What do you think?
I think there's one boat missing. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And
Looks like PAC, the maroon blades of PAC out in the middle that seem to be out in front. And then, of course, St. Peter's College, 2 lanes away. Oh, it looks like a few boats might be struggling a little bit. A few little crabs. Again, the nerves are playing on the younger rowers here in the biggest race of the year. But hopefully everyone gets back rowing and just does their best.
yes, I found the missing crew. It moved into the shadow of the hotel, so it's that was Pembroke, so they're all there. So no, there's 8 boats coming down.
Ah, and yes, the PAC crew has quite an esteemed member in it. Jack Stunnell, son of Andrew Stunnell, otherwise known as Mav, one of my coaches, a very accomplished rower in his own right, winning the silver medal at the World Championships in, what was that, like 94? In the lightweight men's 4. So, and Jack, what a little pocket rocket. He's amazing. And I'm told he's stroking this race, although, what does it say in the program? No, he's stroking in the program. Good. And they are looking very good out in front. PAC rowing clean, and that's all they'll have to do is row clean until the end of the race. Probably about 20 more strokes, 15, 10. And St. Peter's is a length or 2 behind in second. So big shout out to Andrew Stunnell. Mav, big shout out to Mav and his son, Jack. What an achievement.
So St Peter's crossed the line in second place. In third will be Pembroke on the far side, just going past the White House. As I said before, it's difficult to pick them up because they're right out in lane 8, in the shade. And coming through in fourth, closest to the camera at the moment, will be Scotch. No, Unley. So Unley have gone through in fourth, then Scotch College, and we'll have Nord Moriata. And Adelaide High School. And Christian Brothers had to row off the course. They've only got 2 scullers still going, so they've rowed off and are going to finish way down in lane 9.
Well done. And I also noticed that Oscar McGuinness is one of the coaches of the St Peter's crew in that race. Oscar McGuinness, I noticed, was named as a reserve this week in the Australian rowing team going to World Cup 2 and 3. He's the light men's double reserve. And, of course, some other big names in that team. Ella Bramwell in the women's sweep squad and Alex Hill, our first men's sculler for a long time, men's single sculler. And Hilly has a great heritage with PAC, but I'll tell you about that another time. Right now we've got on the course...
So, yes, we're up to race 12 in our program.
Another final.
It's the Year 8 E division for schoolgirls. So the Year 8 E division and Wilderness School have got 4 boats in this event.
Showing the depth of Wildy and Walford having crews in this race.
And 1 Walford crew. So the Wilderness crews you can see out in front, they're all in white. And the
this is going to be great.
Walford crew is blue with a yellow stripe, and I think that crew unfortunately is coming last at the moment. They've got 4 Wildy crews in front of them.
Awesome. Can you tell who's who? And from this vantage point, it always looks like the far lane is doing quite well, but then when they come up closer, it seems a lot more close. Right now, it might be the I don't know. Do I take a bet and say
it's the
F crew from Wilderness is doing well, as well as the G crew from Wilderness?
No, it's the other way around.
Oh, crap. Oh, come on. It's a Wildy crew. That Wildy crew on the far side, although whichever Wildy crew it is, sculling very well, very high rate. Nice and clean. And blades down to be close to the water at the catch.
Yes, it's lane 7. It's the Wilderness G crew.
Yeah.
Leading the way from there. Lane 3 crew, which is their F crew.
And if I was confident in who was who, I would read out the names of some of these crews. But I'm hoping that on the live stream in another tab, you will have open some sort of information, perhaps on Rowing Manager. Through Rowing Manager, you can find the crew entries and hopefully the results as soon as they pop up. But there's a slight delay with that. David saying that the race will be finished and then the results will be sent.
So it looked like their H crew was next. And the crew without a label, followed by Walford. So anyway, Wilderness won that event. That's the thing we know.
They had a good chance.
Yes.
And there's a start in the next event, which is also a final. Schoolgirl Year 8D Cox Quad. Oh, and it sounds like we're also at on the course. Are we being broadcast onto the course?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, and we're now allowed to broadcast on the course. We've been conducting commentary for the last hour online, and so now we're live on the course, and welcome you all to the 2022 100-year celebration for the Head of the River. This year our hosts Walford School, and we've had some very exciting racing this morning. And I'm David Freeman, and introduce my co-host Amber Halliday next to me. Say a few words, Amber.
Oh gosh. I introduced myself earlier as a rower from 100 years ago. I used to be a world champion. I'm an Olympic rower, and I'm very pleased to be here at the Head of the River. School rowing having formed part of my pathway to the Olympics. I was a Pembroke student way back when, rowing here in Head of the River, and it was just the highlight of the season. So congratulations to all the rowers here rowing today.
And under the COVID restriction rules, as most of you are aware, because this is a closed event this year for the first time ever, normally the Head of the River is open to the public, but we're under COVID management. Mask wearing is required indoors and recommended in other areas of congestion. So you're asked to keep 1.5 metres apart when you are queuing and follow safe hygiene practices. So we've had a number of finals. Those results would appear on the notice board underneath the control tower if you want to see what events have taken place beforehand. So we are sponsored by the University of Adelaide and, the University of South Australia, and they have a van here, and also there is merchandise available from their UniSA tent if you've ordered something or wish to pick up merchandise for the Head of the River.
And we're coming into the last 250 metres of this final. Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad. And on the far side we have Wilderness. I think, is that Walford that they're battling it out with? We've had some great battles in the heats and in finals so far this on this day, and here a reasonably close one, but I think Wildy on the far side has it quite comfortably over Walford. So congratulations to all the rowers. This is the highlight of their season. It is the accumulation of all their hard work this year, and parents also should give themselves a pat on the back for allowing it. So well done, Wildy coming up to the finish line now, winning the Schoolgirl Year 8 D cock squat. There is a start in the next race, which is also a final. The C, the Schoolgirl Year 8 C cock squat. Scanning down the program, there's a few familiar names. Coco Loveday is someone that pops out to me. I'm pretty sure I rode with her mum in the first 8 at Pembroke. Holly Jamison. So Holly, if you're out there, big shout out to you. Coco being in the Pembroke crew, one of many rowers out there at the moment. We've got a full field in this race, according to the program, and looking at it, I think it looks pretty full. So I'm glad to see everyone taking their places.
So good close racing here for the C final for Schoolgirl Year 8. And we've got the 8 crews coming down. They've just gone past the rocks. And you can see it's going to be a battle between the crew in the middle of the course, and which is Wilderness, and the crew on their far outside, which is St. Peter's Girls. So on your screen you can see, and from here in the course you can see that Wilderness leading the way from lane 5, just ahead at the moment of St. Peter's Girls. Nothing in it at the moment. St. Peter's Girls cranking up their rating, a bit of spray going on, trying to overhaul Wilderness. And coming down to the line, this one's going to be very, very close. They've got about 10 metres to go, and we've lost on the image, and it's going to be Wilderness just go across the line to take it out, just ahead of St. Peter's Girls. In third place will be, is it Pembroke? And unfortunately it's difficult to pick up here in the control point due to the reflection on the water of the crews coming in the minor placings. Can't see a thing.
We do have a start in Heat 1 of the Schoolboy Year 8 9 B Cox Quad. I think I'll just call it the Year 9. Schoolboy Year 9 B Cox Quad. First 3 goes through to Final A, and 4th and 5th place will be rowing later today in the B final. In this race on the far side, we've got Christian Brothers, then Scotch College, St Peter's College, Pembroke School and Norwood Morialta closest to the camera. So this race is for the top 3. To be rowing in the A final later today. I think first and second at this stage are quite clear, but then it's going to be a big battle for that 3rd place, the final place to get into the A final of the Year 9B Cox Quad later today. And it looks like Saints out in front, just over Pembroke actually. But then it's going to be a big race for that 3rd place, that final place in the A final later today. Some very good sculling going on in the Pembroke boat and the Saints boat, and neither of them are taking the foot off the pedal, that's for sure. I think they're going to race right down to the line, although they know that they're safe in the A final, and it'll be the 3rd place in this race that secures the final spot in the A final. Maybe Pembroke and Saints are just calming down a little bit, trying to save a little bit of energy for a bit later in the day. And then Scotch is looking good for nabbing that 3rd place and the final place in Final A. So St Peter's boys and Pembroke going through. And Scotch crossing the line now, securing their place in the A final. With Norwood Morialta and Christian Brothers College coming in 4th and 5th and proceeding to the B final.
And just another short announcement. This is from the Uni SA Health Van. The health van is situated next to the merchandise van on the lawn near the club rooms. There is free physiotherapy service such as wrist and thumb taping, hamstring length testing, muscle stretching, massage and advice. So if you want to get massage.
My ears pricked up at that one.
After a strenuous day watching
commentating.
races, commentating, then go across to the UniSA van and receive some help from them and some advice at the same time.
I will see you there later.
So, as we've said before, UniSA proudly supports the schools Head of the River in the 100th year of the event. So if you would like to win $500 Sunglass Hut gift card, then enter the UniSA 100th year Head of the River competition by visiting the UniSA van and the UniSA stand near the club rooms. So if you're interested in a prize $500 Sunglass Hut gift card, then drop into UniSA and say, I would like to enter their competition. And it's back to the rowing. So this should be Heat 2 of the Schoolboy Year 9 B Division quads, with 4 crews, the first 3 going through to the final. So we've got Unley High on this side of the course in lane 3, then Pulteney Grammar, Prince Alfred College and Adelaide High. And at the moment it's Prince Alfred College leading the way as they approach the 250 boys. In second place, a good race between Pulteney and Adelaide High, and a slight gap back to Unley High in 4th place.
PAC, one of the coaches of PAC is Angie Franco, an accomplished rower in her own right. I had the pleasure of rowing a 4 with her the other day, and she put me to shame. So the PAC rowing...
That's hard to believe.
PAC rowing fantastically at the moment. They're certainly not taking the foot off the gas. Probably running on adrenaline. They will certainly be going through to the A final, top 3 through to the A final, the rest through to the B final. And we've got a good battle on for 2nd and 3rd.
Yes, between Pulteney and Adelaide High.
And no one's going to say, no one's going to give up here. No one's going to take it easy here.
Looks like Pulteney just crossing the line, canvas ahead of Adelaide High, and Unley will go through in 4th. So those first 3 crews go through to the final of the Year 9 B Division schoolboys. And then back in the start line, we have race 17, which is the first heat of the Year 9 schoolboys, and this is the A Division. So we've got 2 heats for the A Division, and there are 5 crews in each heat. So again, first 3 go through to the final, and the next 2 will race in the B final later on in today's program.
Angie Franco, also a coach of the PAC crew in this race. So there you go. On the far side, St Ignatius, then Pulteney Grammar, Prince Alfred College, Unley High, and closest to the camera is Christian Brothers. Just coming up to the Lakes Hotel now in the race, which is about, I've forgotten all my markers, about, I don't know, whether it's between disgusting amounts of racing to go or only just almost there. At 500, yes, of course. But at the Rocks, that's when I usually used to start counting. It's about 30 strokes from the Rocks to the end. The last 250 metres of a rowing race is usually about 30 strokes, give or take 5. So It's and in these races being 1,000 metres, the last 250 is coming to the pointy end. You'll see everyone start to wind for the line at the 250, and they're approaching the rocks currently. And passing the rocks now, PAC out in front having a battle with St. Peter's boys. Oh no, sorry. PAC having a battle with... Oh, help me, David. Is that Unley?
Yes.
And Pulteney.
Yes.
So first three through to the A final. And the first three crews are looking pretty clear in this race. So coming up to the final, coming up to the finish line, it's all about not making any mistakes that can jeopardise that position. Looking for a 1, 2 and 3 to go into final A, and the rest to row in the final B later today. That PAC crew looking very, very good. They're not taking not taking it easy, even though they've got several lengths on the rest of the field.
It was almost a dead heat for second and third, I would say. Bow balls went across the line exactly the same time.
And of course, the result being between second and third being mainly about pride. First, second and third will go through to the A final later today, but it's always nice to get a win over your rivals in the heat. The schoolboy year 9A Cox Quad Heat 2 now have a start. We've got Adelaide High on the far side, St. Peter's College, Scotch College, Pembroke School and Nord Morialta closest to the camera. The first three go through to the A final, and fourth and fifth will be in the B final later today. It's fantastic that rowers get 2 rows on this special day, Head of the River Day. Well, a lot of them do. Some have already had their final earlier today and been presented medals on the pontoon. What a fabulous experience. Gee, I'm just not game at all to pick a leader here, David. What do you think? Scotch are always easy to see, but I don't think they're in the lead.
I think St. Peter's on Scotch's outside, so second crew from the left. So are leading. So we're just showing Scotch at the moment, and that's St. Peter's there in blue. They would have a slight lead, I think, on Scotch and the crew on their outside, which is Adelaide High.
I think Pembroke are also doing quite well
Pembroke
on the other
also
side of
doing-
Scotch.
Yeah, Pembroke are doing well. So St. Peter's probably is just leading by about a length from those three other schools, which is Adelaide High, Pembroke and Scotch.
And it looks like Scotch are coming through at the moment as well.
Yeah, Scotch have gone through into second place. But I think Pembroke have now just pushed past them.
So
In fact, Pembroke have taken over the lead. Pembroke and Scotch have gone past Saints.
but the top three crews go through to the A final here. It is a slight advantage to be getting better placings in the heat, but these top three crews going through to the A final later today.
It's a neck and neck battle as they go down to the line, and I would say it's almost a dead heat between Scotch and Pembroke. And then St. Peter's and Adelaide High on the far side, unfortunately, are going to miss out on the A final.
But they get to row their hearts out in the B final.
That's very true. So, as we said before, this is the 100th head of the river. The first regatta was held on the Torrens in 1922 between Adelaide High School and St. Peter's. And then 5 years later, Scotch College joined. And then in 1931, Prince Alfred College joined up. And then there was quite a big gap before any other schools got involved. In 1961, we then had Pulteney Grammar, King's College, who later became Pembroke, and Christian Brothers College. And then in 1967, the regatta was held at Port Adelaide, and that must have been interesting, dodging the boats and working out the tide and wading through the mud. And then in 1974, Kings became Pembroke, and in 77 the regatta moved here to its location here at West Lakes. And then since then we've had Unley High join, then Wilderness, Walford, Nord Morialta, who are now Nord International High School, 2006 Seymour, 2012 Loreto, and in 2013 we had St. Ignatius and St. Peter's Girls, leading up to the 100th regatta, 100th anniversary from 1922. So back to the racing.
Heat 1 of Schoolgirl Year 9B Cox Quad. And on the far side, Nord Morialta, we've got Pembroke School, then Wilderness in the middle, Seymour College and St. Peter's closest to us. And it looks like Wilderness has the best of this race. I'm pretty sure I can see through the really dirty windows up here at the Rowing SA headquarters that is Wilderness.
Yeah, Wilderness, Pembroke.
They're just taking down their rate a little bit, playing it smart. If they know they've got the win, then they don't need to do anything more than that. In this race, the top 3 go through to the A final, and the rest, 4th and 5th, will go through to the B final. So Wilderness just being really smart, doing textbook rowing, which is what you want to do in a heat like this. You get out in front, you become comfortable, you can take the rate down, lengthen out, and just conserve energy for the final later in the day. And that's Pembroke coming through in 2nd place. They're also reasonably comfortable in 2nd place. They may not have taken the foot off the gas just yet. And then it'll be a ding-dong battle for 3rd, the final place in the A final later today.
Yes, and the 3rd place will go through to St. Peter's Girls. We were missing a crew. It looks like Seymour College scratched in that event. Going through in 4th place on the far side is going to be Nord Moriata. So with the sun going up a bit, we've lost some of our reflection on the water, so it's much easier to see.
So we've got no excuses anymore, David.
No, we can't sit here going, we have no idea who came first, second, or third.
We're only sitting here at the finish line, looking at the live stream, but really, I think it's great news that there's so many schools these days involved in rowing. Unfortunately, their uniforms look very similar in this early morning light, but you'll forgive us if we accidentally call someone wrong. We're trying to do our best.
So, coming down the course now is race 20. With 5 crews. We have Warford in 3, Unley in 4, Scotch in 5, Pulteney in 6, and Adelaide High School in lane 7.
This is heat 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9B Cox Quad. So this will determine the other half of the A final. First 3 go through to A final, 4th and 5th go through to B final.
The early leader is clearly Scotch in the yellow.
Oh, that one's easy to pick.
Yeah, Scotch are always easy to find.
I like it when Scotch is winning because they're easy to pick.
And then they would be followed by Unley High School on their inside. And then a gap back to possibly Walford on their inside, and then Pulteney on the outside of Scotch, and then Adelaide High. So at the moment it's Scotch, Pulteney, Walford, Unley. No, I've got them around the wrong way. It's Scotch, Unley, Walford.
Top 3 seem quite clear in this race. I don't think there's going to be too much deceleration and taking it easy in the last 250. Coming up to the rocks now, 250 metres to go. And I think the top 3 are quite clear, but I'm not sure anyone's going to be backing down at this point. The rocks mean about 30 strokes to go.
I think Scotch are rating much higher than the 2 crews in 2nd and 3rd, who just seem to be cruising at the moment. they've only got to finish the race in that position and they're through to the final. So I think that Unley and Warford just motoring along gently, keeping their place. And Scotch have seemed to have taken their foot off the pedal as well. They're just cruising along down to the finish line. So we're going to have Scotch, Unley and Warford going through to the final, and the other two crews on the far side of Pulteney and Adelaide High going through to the B final. Unley and then Warford go across the line now, and that's the first three to complete that event. And then we have Pulteney, and looks like Adelaide have had a bit of a mishap. Their bow isn't rowing at the moment, so that slowed them down enormously. So just to mention a few points about the regatta, Warford School are the hosts this year. Our regatta referee is Paul Knight, and the regatta control is run by Diane DeBellis and Beck Lennon. The regatta directorate, that is people who would examine any problems, any protests after the event, is Rebecca Clark from Warford and Daniel Lynch from CBC. There's two principals plus the rowing referee. So again, a reminder that if you want to get some help, those of you at the course, I can see there's a massage undergoing at the moment at Uni SA van. Want to get rid of any muscles that have decided not to work in the right direction.
I've never heard it described like that. I've heard of DOMS, delayed onset muscle soreness. You know, when you, David, when you go to the gym and you do like a new circuit and then you're okay straight afterwards, but the next day, boy, you wake up sore.
That's right, yes. Well, there's
I get that all the time these days.
You? That's not the gym, that's age.
Yes. So we've got a start in the Schoolgirl Year 9A Cox Quad. Heat 1. Oh, the first, if I'm reading the right thing on the program, first four go through to the A final, and 5 and 6 will go through to the B final, and then it is the same with Heat 2 of this division. First 4 through to the A final. So we're looking particularly at the top 4 in this race. On the far side we have Pembroke School, then coming across to Unley, Scotch in the middle, Norwood Marialta, St Ignatius and Loreto closest to us.
like a very even race at the moment. There's not much separating the crews, although I think I can see that yellow of Scotch sticking their nose in front. Looks like Unley High School possibly in second. On their outside.
And it's meant to be Norwood on the near side to Scotch, but I think maybe on the other side to Scotch. No, never mind me, folks. I'm just trying to sort out who's who on the course. But right now it looks like Scotch have the goods in this race, and we're looking for the top four. The top four crews go through to the A final of the Year 9A Cox Quad. This race is always a good indicator of what's going to happen up in the seniors in the next couple of years. Hopefully rowers are retained at their schools, and this will give an accurate indication of how strong the squads will be in the future.
So into the concluding stages, and it's Scotch just keeping their nose in front of Unley. About half a length. And then across the course to Pembroke.
Top four going through to the A final.
And then Nord Moriata. Looks like they'll make it. And followed by St Ignatius and Loreto coming through down in lane 2. So heat 2 lined up at the moment. And we have scratching of Seymour from lane 5, so we've only got 5 crews coming down, with Adelaide High in lane 2, St Peter's Girls in 3, Wilderness 4, Walford in 6, and Pulteney in lane 7. So a short gap while the crews are aligned, and as you can see on your screen, or if you're watching from the rocks, the crews are underway.
And it looks like they've left the lane where we had the crew scratching quite often in unfair conditions. Certainly at the top level of the sport, they will move the race over to one side of the course or another, and there won't be any lanes left in the middle, just to give all crews the fairest opportunity to win the race.
That's a very good idea. And at the moment, there's almost no wind at all. The flags are not flapping. I looked up on the clubhouse there. It might be a very, very gentle ripple, but the actual course itself has gone very flat. So ideal conditions for rowing today at the moment.
There's only a breath coming through that gap in between the hotel, the Lakes Hotel, and the houses towards the finish. That's typically where the wind howls through at West Lakes, but right now you can barely see it on the water. It's just turned out to be a beautiful day.
There's nothing there at all. So crew's going into the 500 metre mark, and a bit hard to pick out who's in the lead at the moment. Probably Wilderness from lane 4. They're in white and they stand out a bit more, but it looks like Wilderness leading the way to the crew on their outside, which would be Walford. And then a gap back to the other 3. Maybe Adelaide High and Pulteney, but some good close racing here. Wilderness sitting out in front, just shading Walford at the moment on their outside. So those two will go through to the final, and then you've got 3 crews lined up who will be vying for 2 positions.
Top 4 in this race going through to the A final. So it's the race not to be last.
Yeah.
Essentially.
In this one it is, yes.
And
Yes.
it all looks pretty close.
I
I'd say the top 3 are pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yes, looks like Adelaide High quite comfortable in 3rd. So it's between St. Peter's Girls and Pulteney.
Oh, we've had a boat stopper though.
Oh, that's Saints Girls. That's,
let's see whether
that's
they
Adelaide
can.
High.
Let's see whether they can get it together. They're still in a good position.
Yep. So going down to the line, left of your screen, we've got Wilderness in front, about 2 boat lengths to Walford. So those 2 are safe. Adelaide High have got themselves going again. So it looks like they'll stay in 3rd place. And the crew next to them, which is St. Peter's Girls, they'll just squeak through. With Pulteney on the far side, looks like they're going to miss out on the final. So it's Wilderness, Walford, Adelaide High, Saints Girls and Pulteney go through in 5th. And we're back into finals now with the first race decided by the heats. So this is the next race due coming down has started. Yes, they've got to start. Is the schoolboy year 8 A quads B final. So this is a race for position. There is no medals awarded for B finals, but
A whole lot of pride on the line.
a whole lot of pride. These crews in B finals take it very seriously. So we've got Unley High School, St Ignatius and Adelaide High racing for the B final. And as you can see on your screen, if you're watching from home, they are taking it very seriously.
A big shout out to all the parents today. I just want to say a big thank you. My own mum just came and delivered me a Pembroke ribbon, which I refused to wear until I finished my commentating at 10 o'clock this morning. But good old mum, she was there mum and dad dropped me down to rowing for many, many years. And then when I got my licence, that was the best day ever, as far as they were concerned. So a big shout out to all the parents. It's a big sacrifice to be a rowing parent, but it's so joyful as well. You're giving your child an absolute asset in their lives.
That's true.
I'm gonna get emotional soon. I'm gonna.
I was a rowing parent and a rower. A daughter who rowed for Walford and a son who rowed for Princes. And
Oh,
I
so
rowed-
you
and
had
I
to go
rowed
to 2 different places.
for Walford. Yes. Yes.
I think rowing parents are amazing. They put in so much time, and coaches actually. Coaches put in a lot of time, but they don't get the endorphin type benefit of actually doing the work. So a big shout out to the coaches as well.
So back on the course, crews have come past the hotel. They've got 300 maybe metres to travel, and it's the crew from Unley High School leading the way at the moment to Adelaide High. So a race between the two high schools, and I think St Ignatius in third place. So this is going to be a good battle between these two. Unley have got a bit of an advantage at the moment over Adelaide. So as they enter the 250 metre mark, and the red boys, which in the middle lanes are not red, they're yellow, but on the other lanes they're red, indicating you've got 250 to travel.
In international rowing courses, the last 100 metres, the boys change colour and often change frequency. And so when you're in the last 100 metres, and you're just blindly rowing to the finish
The boys get very
line.
close together.
Yes. But Unley doing a great job in this race in their B final.
Yes, Unley going down to the line to take out the B final. About a length ahead of Adelaide High. Length and a bit to Adelaide High, and St Ignatius will go through in third place. And then we get to the important A final for the Year 8 A Division schoolboy quads. So we have an A final of 6 crews coming down the course, and they're just going past the hotel, so they've covered 500 metres. And as you can see, they're in a perfect arrow, which is the way it should be based on the results of the heats. We find that the fastest 2 crews will be in the middle. They're usually the heat winners. And then the other placings become the tail of the arrow. And looks like it's spot on at the moment, with Prince Alfred College and Scotch College going neck and neck. This is going to be a good tussle between these two out in the middle. And they're moving away from the rest of the field. St Peter's possibly in third place, back a number of lengths, and on the other side it's Pembroke, but it's Scotch and Prince Alfred College. Scotch in yellow, Princes in red, going neck and neck at the moment for the trophy for the schoolboy Year 8 A Division. So got into the red boys, they've got about 200 to travel, and I would say the concentration's gone up, they've cranked it up, and there's nothing between them. They go down the beach, neck and neck. Maybe Princes by canvas at the moment.
I'd say Princes just by a fraction.
Yeah, it's just a fraction. Princes doing a little bit better. really putting in those long strokes. And yes, Prince's just gaining a few more centimetres as we get down to the line. And in the end, Princes go down and take out their race by exactly one length.
They pulled away right at the end.
That
and
last
Scotch
100
have
metres.
rode their hearts out, so congratulations, boys. What a fantastic race.
Coming through, third is St. Peter's, and in fourth will be Pembroke. And the race will be completed by Christian Brothers and Nord Moriata. And there's very little separating those two for the final position. And it looks like it's going to be Nord Moriata go through to fifth, and Christian Brothers will be sixth. So it looks like we've got our last race of commentary before we
Go support Pembroke.
go before we hand over to Andrew Southcott, who's sitting there chomping at the bit, waiting to give his commentary, along with Phil Mangelsdorf. He was here earlier, wasn't he? Yeah. So
That'll be a familiar sound.
yes,
It doesn't feel like West Lakes until you hear Mangs on
Mangs.
the loudspeaker.
yeah, yes. Mangs and I have been doing Head of the River for about the last 25 years. So Mangs is a well-known feature rowing.
An establishment. A feature.
Feature. And Andrew Southcott's heading in that direction. Speak of the devil. Here's Mangs coming up for his... yep.
All right, should we concentrate on our last race here, David?
We will, yes. We'll put a bit more effort in, because we're in the last 100 metres of commentary.
I tell you what, I'm going to go and clean the windows of this place for Mangs and But although this one's a good one because Scotch is out featuring at the front, which is easy to see, but they might not have it entirely. So we're talking about the B final of the schoolgirl Year 8 B.
Bees.
The B
division.
final of the Bs. The Cox Quad.
Of the B division.
On the far side, it's meant to be Adelaide High, then Loreto, then Scotch, then Norwood closest to us. And so that would be Loreto, having it slightly over Scotch at this stage.
Yes, I would say Loreto's got their nose in front. They've improved over the last 150 metres and now got a good length on Scotch.
Scotch just ever so slightly waving to the crowd with their blades, which is what we don't want to see. We want to see blades close to the water at the catch going straight in. That's just my bit of coaching there, David.
I've never heard that before.
Waving to the crowd. No, that's
Waving to the crowd.
Skying at the
Skying.
catch. Yeah, skying at the catch.
Skying
Waving
at
to the
catch.
crowd.
Yeah.
But it means that you're just that little bit further away from the water at the catch. So that's a bad thing. We want to see blades close to the water at the catch so they can go straight in. And Loreto doing a great job at the moment. Scotch also rowing very well. Tiring towards the end of a very long race.
Right, that brings us to the end of our stint, Amber. So thank you for your words of wisdom and your depth of knowledge going back to your Olympic years.
Thank you for your eyesight.
David, how do you get to work with the most beautiful commentators? Look at us. What we've got with each other.
Bit of cheeky banter going on up here in the rowing SA office. Look, Andrew and Mangs are just about to take over, and I'm going to go outside and clean that window for you.
Oh, yeah.
Quad A final. It's a 1,000-metre race, and we have closest to us in lane 2, Seymour College, lane 3, Wilderness, lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville, lane 5, Pembroke School, lane 6, Wolford Anglican, and lane 7, St Peter's Girls. So they're underway. In the schoolgirl year 7-8 Cox quad scull. Just looking at the start. I think it's the crews in the middle at the moment.
Still pretty close, I think, Andrew.
Still early.
Early stages. I think the Seymour crew's doing quite well on the inside.
Seymour crew in lane 2.
Yeah, 3, yeah, yep. That Seymour crew there, certainly doing quite well in the early stages. And this is the A final. So it should be for a trophy or perpetual trophy.
Sorry. We're going back from lane 2. We have Pembroke School in lane 2, Seymour in lane 3, Wilderness in lane 4, Saints Girls in lane 5, Unley High in lane 6, and Wolford in lane 7. And as Mangs has said, the Seymour College crew in lane 3 are doing well at this early part of the race. And there's...
I think it's Wilderness, maybe slightly in front of them in lane
4.
The lane 4 crew, Wilderness. Certainly between Wilderness and Seymour, and probably in third place would be St Peter's. I was just checking the perpetual medals and trophies, and this year 7 and 8 group. That's the...
This is the B. This is for the Olympia Aldersea Cup.
oh, it is, okay. So, yeah, this is the newest age group in the competition, because you were the year 7 starting officially right through all the school systems now. We used to start at year 8 and year 8 and 9, so now it's year 7 and 8 are the youngest group in the Head of the River competition in Adelaide, South Australian Head of the River. So the A final for the B boats, certainly a race between Wilderness and Seymour for the lead. St Peter's look like they're having a battle also for third with the Unley crew over on the far side.
I think that's Wolford in lane
It is?
7.
No, yes, you're right. It's Walford. Okay, Unley a bit further back. I didn't see them. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So I've got to thank Dave Freeman and Amber Halliday, who've been calling the first 2 hours of this regatta. It's amazing how quickly the time goes, but talking about quickly and time, there's a race on here for the first 3 spots with Walford, Seymour and Wilderness.
Definitely, and even though we've got reduced numbers because it's a COVID-safe event, you can still hear quite loud screams down at the finish line. And it does look like Wilderness School in lane 4, but there's Walford has got a bit of ground to make up, and we're also seeing a tussle really between Walford and Seymour for second place. Now less than 100 metres to go, and it looks like Wilderness School in lane 4.
That's Jessica Felstead, Molly Thompson, Anastasia McMullen, Millicent Wilson and Ella Smart about to take this title, Andrew.
And now a real tussle between, it looks like Seymour have got second and Wolford third. And then Saints Girls fourth. And then back to Unley and Pembroke.
Yeah, Unley have lost their said a couple of rowers, or scullers I should call them.
Yeah.
So they're in danger of actually losing the 5th spot at the moment. The Pembroke School closing on them as they're struggling towards the line.
We're looking at the finish line, and
they've got back
Unley
together again.
Unley have got all 4 rowing there. So Unley
Pembroke have certainly caught them up.
Take out 5th, and Pembroke 6th.
Pretty close there at the finish for that spot, Andrew. And good racing by those crews to give us such a close contest for our first race. It's Andrew Southcott and Phil Mangelsdorf here calling the racing at the 2022 Head of the River, Andrew.
Yeah, and we're into the schoolgirl 7-8A cock squad. This is a B final. So we've got 3 crews. Closest to us is Adelaide High, and then you have Unley High, Scotch College and Norwood Morialta High. So 4 schools didn't make the A final, but they are racing for pride.
So in theory, with 6 boats in the final, or in fact, Andrew, this is for places 7, 8, 9 and 10.
That's right.
In the rankings for today for the 2022 Head of the River.
Still quite close between, let's see, Adelaide High, Unley High and Scotch, all pretty close. I think Norwood Morialta are falling back a little bit. But this is probably first season of racing for a lot of these rowers. So good on them. And the regattas have been a little bit disrupted too with Omicron since 23rd of November. So they haven't had perhaps the usual sort of exposure of racing that they might have otherwise got.
Yes, we normally have a whole series of regattas just for schools, and 2 of them were cancelled. The first 4 weeks of sport in South Australia at all schools was cancelled. So we missed 2 full days of racing for all our school rowers, which is due to the COVID crisis. So they haven't had that much race experience in this calendar year, Andrew.
and that's why some of the juniors have had heat. We've gone back to the old system of heats and finals as well. So
I love it.
And yeah, it's the old system like they had on the Torrens.
Well, and in early days here, Andrew, we rode heats and finals on the same day, which in some ways is good. You go to the head of the river, you don't know if you're going to even make the final, so you row your guts out, as we'd say, in your heat, just to make sure you get at least into the final. If you can't win it, you want to be in the medal final at least.
So what we can see, you can see that Unley High in lane 4, they look to be leading the competition, and then probably Adelaide High and then Scotch.
And talking about, go on.
Back to Norwood Morialta High.
And talking about the head of the river, and that's what we should do today, Andrew, as well as do our commentary. I'll come to you in a minute, but look, the Scotch crews had a little disagreement about who's in charge and who's in time, and they're really just going up and down on the same spot at the moment. Here they go, they've got it back together again. Well done, girls.
But look at this, Adelaide High. This is a race of the two high schools, Adelaide High and Unley High, or the two oldest high schools in this competition. And Adelaide High have moved up on Unley High. They're throwing down a bit of a challenge. I reckon at the moment Adelaide High are moving a little bit better. So
yeah, I think Adelaide are in front. That's Alicia Berginetti, Lara Harazani, Talia Millick and Emma Kari with Seisha Townsend, the coxswain. So
some really good rowing there from Adelaide High. Like, you know, they're in time. They've made up quite a bit of ground on Unley during this race. They were behind earlier on. But they've got better boat speed now, so they're going to go on to take the B final. So Adelaide High have sort of notched up that win against a traditional rival, Unley High. Looks like Unley High have stopped rowing.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a mishap.
Okay.
They're getting reorganised as we speak.
Starting again.
But they'll hold their second spot.
Yeah, they'll hold second. And then it's back to Scotch.
Yeah, Scotch are going to be third. They had their little mishap at one stage, but they've held off the Norwood Morialta.
Scotch and then Norwood Morialta.
And it's Norwood International School, I believe. So it's not changed on this program.
And now we've got the A final for the schoolgirl Year 7-8 Cox Quad has begun, and this is for the Anna Tree Cup. Anna, she rode for Australia.
Yeah, Anna rode for our South Australian team, and she got promoted to the Australian team. She's represented Australia in international rowing as Anna Tree, and she was also a very successful and talented coach here at South Australian Cruise and with the Sassy Sports Institute. So Anna Tree, a former Unley rower. She rode at Unley before she went into the state team.
She came through the school system, not the talent identification system.
But she was good enough to get into Sassy scholarship.
Yeah. All right. So we're underway in the schoolgirl 7-8 Cox Quad. Closest to us, so from the right of your screen, we have Seymour College in lane 2, Wilderness School in lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville lane 4, Pembroke lane 5, Walford Anglican lane 6, and St Peter's Girls lane 7.
Good race, Andrew. I think there's 4 boats that could still look at a chance of winning. That the 2 on the far side, I'm afraid, have both dropped back a bit. That's Walford in lane 6 and St Peter's in lane 7. But the other 4 boats are all reasonably close together. I
think, I agree with that. Pembroke, Loretto, Wilderness, Seymour, all looking pretty good. I think. I think Seymour. No, what am I?
Wildy. Oh, no, you could be right. Wildy or Loretto. It's anyone's race, I think, Andrew. Perhaps the two middle crews in the two middle.
No,
lanes.
I think it's Loretto. Loretto Marriotteville are looking good.
Just
in
ahead of Pembroke.
in lane 4.
Loretto and Pembroke slugging it out, I think, Andrew. Pembroke.
Yeah. No, this is a really good tussle. So we're focusing in now on the crews in lane 4 and 5. So that's Loretto Marriotteville and Pembroke, and we're seeing a really good race going on between those two crews. That's who it will be between Loretto Marriotteville and Pembroke School, and they're coming down with just about 200 metres to go. And I think Loretto Marriotteville look to have the edge on their competition from Pembroke, but there's not much in it. It's really only about a couple of seats at the moment. But Loretto Marriotteville, they've now got just over 100 metres to go, and they're pulling a little bit away from Pembroke now. Pembroke don't look to have much of a response, so Loretto are now just going to pull away to about a length's lead. Loretto Marriotteville a length's lead over Pembroke School.
For the A final so this is their head of the river A final. These are the medal crew, and they'll get the trophy.
And then I think it's Wilderness, 3rd, Seymour, 4th, and then I think it's Walford and then Saints Girls. Walford 5th, Saints Girls 6th.
Very good racing there by those. Those.
So Loretto Marriotteville, that's Evie Blank Saunders, Olivia Pizzaniello, Abby Deans, Lucy Bell, Portia Katsaris is the cocks, and coached by Tom Dornbos.
And a gallant second place there to the Pembroke crew, Sienna Veach, Matilda Dunstan, Zoe Sutton, Mia Chapman and Leah Struick, coached by Eliza Hannon. Thanks, Eliza, for coaching them. Great. They look good, both crews.
Both crews look good. That's good. After really one season of racing, they're looking really good.
They're our youngest competition, those year 7 and 8 rowers, scullers in this case. We lost. Oh, it'll be this one.
Actually, back into it's not. Got it.
Got it.
Okay, so now this is race 29. It's the Schoolboy 8-9 EFG Coxed Quad. So the winner here, I think, is going to be Saints, and we've actually got from the right of your screen, we've got the F crew. Then to the left is the E crew. And then is the G crew over on the far side.
Terrific entries.
So what are we now? This is like year 9's. Saints is going down to 7 quads, and it's really a tribute to the director of the rowing program, Tim Hennessy at St Peter's. You know that like anyone who wants to take up rowing is encouraged to do so. And they'll find the boats, and they're able to. So right now, it's the E crew who are leading, but the F crew, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close between the E's and the F's, and the G crew are coming 3rd in this race, but I mean. So this shows there's not all that much different. Look, and I think they have erg testing, they go through seat racing. Quite often, at this level, you do see the lower ranked crew beat the other crew, and there's not a lot of difference here. In fact, at the moment, I think the Fs may beat the E's. So it's actually really close.
Great rivalry.
There's great rivalry, and the Fs have moved up on the E's, and I think they're going to go past them.
Well, it's bragging rights in the schoolyard, Andrew. You remember that?
That's right.
This is as tough a race as you'd ever want to see. Look, they're stroke for stroke, and they know where each other is. They're having a look, And
oh no, I think the E's might have their measure, but it's close. It's just it's a canvas in it, a canvas between the E's and the F's. And okay, so the E's are gonna hold off the F's by like what? What do we call that? A bow ball.
Yeah, not much in that one.
By a bow ball. We've
got a photo finish, so
it looks like the selectors got it right, but there wasn't a lot in it. But really, they win all of their categories, but it's good that they get a race on head of the river as well.
So we think the E's beat the F's by very little margin.
I call it a bow ball. We'll see what the umpires say.
They've got a very expensive photo finish camera up there, Andrew, that'll measure it down to 100th of a second. So we'll get the official result, and those watching at home, you'll get all those official results as soon as our volunteer officials can process them, and they'll put them on the World Wide Web on your rowing website there, the regatta website.
In the old language, if it's less than a canvas, what do you come down to? You know, a yard, a foot, a metre.
Nowadays, a couple of metres.
A couple of metres. Yeah, no, I think it was less than that. It was not much in it at all.
Yeah, would have been a metre or so, I think.
A metre over 1,000 metres. So good racing there. Obviously, a healthy and good rowing as well from those crews. So now we come up to the sea, and we see a bit more competition here between the schools. And Pembroke have got two crews in this race.
Well, there's two divisions, really, the C's and the D's are in the same race.
They're running them all in one race. So they're still lining up at the start at the 1,000-metre mark.
So it's the A boats that get the medals and the perpetual trophies. So these young rowers are racing in the C and D boats. That's the third and fourth division of the age group. But terrific entries for the head of the river from all the schools, and Andrew mentioned the crowd before. I've been calling races at a couple of regattas this season where the crowds have been encouraged to not be here because of the COVID restrictions. We've got special dispensation today for I think every rower is allowed to one parent ticket. So
that's nice. With
the huge entry, it's given us quite a good crowd, a healthy crowd. And let's hope they stay healthy. And they've started in this race, Andrew, race number 30 for the boys, year 8 and 9.
Yes. So we've got a really good view of the start here. And closest to us, we're looking at the Pembroke School D crew. At Adelaide High next, Pulteney Grammar, Prince Alfred College, St Peter's College, the Pembroke C's, then Scotch College, and then St Peter's D. So now we're looking down the course, and you can see that the Pembroke School in lane 1 has had a good start, and then probably they've had a really good start.
That was a great picture too, Andrew. You saw the real action. Those people watching at home on the screen of the start of a rowing race. We've got a camera at the 1,000-metre mark, and you saw the hurly-burly of a racing start in rowing. Very exciting.
So now if we have a look, the St Peter's crew in lane 5 is looking good, and they're having a bit of a tussle with the PAC crew in lane 4. And then a little way back to the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 3. I think it does work well to have all of the different cameras. We're able to get a look at the start, the finish, but also see the race as it's developing as well.
So the middle 6 boats are all the C boats, and then the 2 extreme lanes in 1 and 8 are the D boats. So Pembroke in lane 1 are racing. Really, they're racing the Saints boat over in lane 8. The other 6 are all in the same age group and category.
All right. So I think the PAC crew now in lane 4. They're racing nicely. They're getting a bit of competition from St Peter's over on their left hand side, but that's quite a good race. It does look like PAC are slightly ahead, but if we just have a look at the crews in lane 4 and 5, actually it's hard to tell. I think Saints are now ahead.
Pretty close, I think, Andrew.
It's about 200 metres to go. St Peter's crew. This is in lane 5. Hunter Ingham, Fred Kidman, Oscar Worm, Joey Fitzgerald, and Oliver Nugent, coached by Hamish Sarah, have pulled away from PAC, and PAC are coming second. And then it's back to St Peter's D's in lane 8 are coming third. And then fourth is Pulteney Grammar. And then there's a bit of a tussle on for the last 4 places. You've got the Pembroke D's right up there having a good tussle with the Pembroke C's. But there we go. That was Saints first, PAC second, and the St Peter's D's third.
And Adelaide High and Scots there in that battle, trying to make sure they're trying to beat that Pembroke crew that's a D crew.
So we've got Pulteney coming across fourth. And then a real tussle. So that's the Pembroke 5th, and then the Pembroke D's 6th, Adelaide High 7th, and Scotch 8th.
Correct. So we mentioned it before. This is the 2022 Head of the River, and the South Australian schools Head of the River first raced in 1922. South Australia has often been a leader in all things political. We were the last mainland state to create a schools Head of the River. Don't know why that took so long, because the crews were racing, certainly Saints and some of the other schools had rowing for a lot longer than 100 years, but the Head of the River officially started in 1922 in South Australia with Adelaide High and St Peter's, the original 2 boats.
Yeah, it was cancelled twice because of polio, 1948 and 1950, and in 2020, through the pushing of the schools, they were able to hold it Monday morning 7 o'clock, and they got the seniors races out of the way, but the rest of the race was cancelled due to the COVID pandemic.
And of course, those early races, the early Head of the Rivers in South Australia, were all raced on the Torrens, and I raced there 60 years ago, Andrew. My first one, 1962, was I raced in the first 8s for the Head of the River for King's College, which isn't around anymore either. It's now Pembroke School. Yep. And you would have raced at Westlakes, I assume.
I raced at Westlakes, so it moved from... The last Head of the River on the Torrens was 1976, and then 1977 it was down here on the course at Westlakes. The Torrens course, as people will remember, was 900 metres with a bend under the Morfett Street Bridge. And a very quick... you had to brake pretty hard at the finish too.
Indeed. Another start here, Andrew. Look at that picture. It's great, isn't it?
It's great looking at the start. And this is schoolgirl year 8, 9, D's and E's, Cox Quads. So it's a combined race. And lane 2 and lane... Well...
There's a scratching.
Yeah. We do have a scratching, but closest... now that we look down to us, closest to us, so from the right-hand side, we've got Wilderness School E's, and then there's a gap, and then there's Scotch College in... going from right to left, Scotch College, Wilderness, Pembroke, and then the Scotch E's over on lane 7. So we've got 3 crews racing in the middle, which is really the race for the schoolgirl 8, 9 D's, and then the 2 schools on the outer edges, the Wilderness and Scotch College are the race for the E's. So right now, it looks to be Wilderness School in lane 5, that are the early leaders. They're not quite halfway through the race yet, but the Wilderness School in lane 5, and then back to Scotch. Okay.
They must have had scratchings in races 33 and 34, and they're now combining it to be the straight-out final, I imagine.
Okay, we've got an update to the program because Schoolgirl First 4, which was race 33 and 4, which was due to be heats and finals. There's been a scratching, and so it's now just going to be a straight final, which will be later in the program. But getting back to the racing, we can see it's the Wilderness School. They're in lane 5. That's Amelie Paul, Sophie Rocker, Isla Goodson, Miranda Wells, and Hannah Yo as the cocks. They're looking pretty good. And then it's the 2 Scotch crews, second and third, and it looks like the Scotch E's over on the far side are actually beating. Are ahead at the moment of the Scotch D's. So again, some great inter-school rivalry. It looks like the Scotch crew are falling back a little bit. They're now being challenged by Pembroke, and also by Wilderness. So getting back to the leaders, this Wilderness School. Looking very comfortable now, with about 150 metres left to go.
Yeah, Wilderness certainly do look to have this race in their control. The leading boats are all sculling quite well, and their timing's good. So good competition, and as you pointed out, the Scotch, the E crew is beating the D crew.
Yeah, so they can. Bit too late to sort of make their claim for selection for a higher crew, but
big performance on the big day.
Good performance. They should be very proud of that. So they've not only they've won the E competition, but they've come second in the Ds as well. And then it's
Well, it's the other Scotch crew, isn't it?
Yeah, Scotch crew. The other Scotch crew came third.
Then Pembroke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I get that wrong?
Okay.
I think I wrote it down wrong.
No, that's okay.
It's
2,
okay.
3. Yep. That was Pembroke 5th, right? So. Okay. We're going to have a look at the start of this race. Yep. Oh, sorry.
Was that? I think it's okay. This is race 32. Yeah, it is the next race started.
So this is it's another final. This is the Schoolgirl 8-9Cs. 5 crews. We've got a good start. Good view of the start here.
All the same sea boats this time. So it's Pembroke, Scotch, Wilderness, Seymour, and Walford are the lineup, and they're all the sea boats for the schoolgirls year 8 and 9, and they race 1,000 metres. Not much difference to the old Torrens course that we were talking about, but we could only fit 2 or 3 boats on the Torrens course. With this one, we can fit. We have 8 racing lanes. The course was built to 10 lanes, but we need a traffic and a safety lane, so we use the middle 8 lanes of this man-made course to race on. And we've got 5 of them here from 1,000 metre mark. I think the battle is on between Pembroke and Wilderness for the lead. Pembroke are closest to the judges and the crowd. Wilderness out in the middle there with their mainly white outfit with a little blue and gold stripe on it. It's not really a stripe. It's a, I don't know what you call it, a pyramid or something. Very decorative outfit they have. It looks predominantly white to the naked eye. And they are predominantly in front, I think, the Wildy crew in lane 5.
and then I think Pembroke School in lane 3 coming second. And then probably back to Scotch College third, and then Seymour fourth, and then Walford fifth.
Now there's 2 other boats out there, Andrew. I can't work this out actually. What's going on?
I don't know where those crews have come from, but they're not part of this race. So they're I don't know.
They're sweep boats, yeah.
They're not part of this race. So getting back to the race, this is the Wilderness School crew. Schoolgirl 89Cs. What are they racing for?
No, it won't be a trophy for Cs.
No.
A boats are all the trophies.
Okay, all right. So it's the Wilderness crew rowing very nicely here, and then it's quite a good race for second place between Scotch College and Seymour College, and then fourth place is Pembroke. But if we just have a look at Wilderness, they're now accelerating towards the finish, so they've still got a little bit left, but they're leading by 2 or 3 lengths.
I've worked it out, Andrew. Those crews are the ones of that race that we just cancelled, and they've
got it.
They've gone down to the start and then been sent back.
Okay. So Wilderness have won first, Scotch second, and then a really great race between Seymour and Pembroke. Oh, look, Pembroke have just gone past Seymour. Seymour have stopped rowing just before the line, and then it's Walford look to have had an accident. They've had a mishap here. So. We've still got the Wolf, the bow seat of Walford has
stopped rowing.
She must have.
She's look, one of the oars is trailing. She's lost the oar.
So Walford's had a mishap, which is bad luck, but this can happen. This can happen to anyone, and it's just important to bounce back from these things.
And if they try to recover it at race pace, that sometimes the oar gets caught and breaks the oar because of the force of the power of the boat. So she's probably doing the right thing by they can't win the race, and she's just letting the oar trail where it doesn't cause any more damage. And so those boats on the other side of the course in your photo, in your picture, are the heats for the girls' first 4. They've been sent back because of scratchings. They're now going to have their final race at the final time, so the program isn't interrupted. So we'll actually have
I think
a bit of a break.
10-minute break.
Talk about history. So you rode in the head of the river on the West Lakes course here, the Alex Ramsey International Regatta course. I rode in 1962 and 63 in the on the Torrens in that notorious bend, and I rode for King's College. You rode for St Peter's College. Well, St Peter's beat us in the semi-final in 1962 because we had to row a heat, semi-final, and the final. We actually used to row the heats on the Friday afternoon.
Wow.
All the schools loved it because the senior boys. It was all boys in those days. The senior boys got to get the afternoon off to go down to the head of the river, and so there were thousands of spectators for the Friday afternoon heats, and probably not as many thousand there for the. We used to have a semi-final around very early in the day, midday-ish, for the first 8s, and then the final was at 5 o'clock, and that was the set-up on the Torrens, and that's how it went in 1962 and 60 years ago when I rode, and this regatta has been going for 100 years.
Yeah, I mean the Torrens was a great venue for a regatta. You know, right in the centre of town. And in terms of a rowing course, you know, you need 2,000 metres and a proper FISA standard course to run the more senior events. But in terms of getting the people along and so on, it was great when you had people on both sides of the bank and really good atmosphere.
It was fantastic atmosphere, very noisy. The crowd, because they were so close, they could see all the action. It was a terrific atmosphere, and the regattas on the Torrens were just as hard fought over the shorter distance as they are here nowadays on the international distance for the 2,000 metre races.
Yeah.
Getting up the boat racks and all sorts of putting out the rubbish bins, all those things that are all part of running a regatta, a big regatta. This is the biggest regatta in rowing in South Australia for any calendar year when we don't have the Nationals. And speaking of the Nationals, if you haven't heard this week, the National Regatta was cancelled from Sydney this week. It was going to be run on the Olympic course from Sydney 2000 at Penrith. But with the floods over there, the course is deemed unraceable. So in 2 weekends' time, we'll have the National Regatta and Interstate Regatta, the famous All-Australian biggest regattas of the year, will be held at Nagambie course in Victoria, in central Victoria, between Shepparton and Seymour. There's on the Goulburn Lakes water system, there's a course that will be hosting the National Regatta, which is good luck to them. They've got 2 weeks to organise it because of the floods. We had the similar situation with the Masters Regatta was shifted to West Lakes here 3 years ago. So in 3 weeks we had to organise a regatta. It was well done by our volunteers. So thanks to all our volunteers, and thanks again to Walford for providing the extra volunteers to help run this huge regatta. And thanks to UniSA for sponsoring the regatta.
Welcome to Refuel Creative. We are marketers, crayon wielders and data nerds, raring to help you grow your business and have fun while we do it.
Seriously?
We are specialists in SEO, content creation, digital marketing, Google Ads, workflows and much, much more. We provide end-to-end solutions to help increase your leads, conversions and revenue. We are HubSpot solutions partners with a savvy team of tech collaborators primed to support your success every step of the way. Ready to get on board? Connect with us today and let's power up your business together.
And we started racing again with race number 35 at 10:50, the year 9 and 10 girls, Cox Quad Scull, first heat. And this is for the A boats.
So this is still a heat and a final. So the first three will go through to the A final, and the next two will go through to the B final. And
Five boats in this one, Andrew: Norwood, Pembroke, Loretto, St Peter's and Scotch.
So going from right to left, we have Norwood Morialta on the right, and then Pembroke, Loretto Marriotteville, St Peter's Girls and Scotch College Adelaide.
I noticed even in our program it has updated that the Norwood School is now called the Norwood International School, but could apologise that our rowing computer hasn't changed that yet. So on our program, forgive us if we call them Norwood Morialta, because that's what's on our program and all our paperwork as well as on the screens.
So I think this is the first 1,500 metre race we've moved up to. So longer distance, and you're now seeing they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and Loretto Marriotteville, they've got a comfortable lead there, and knowing that as long as they finish in the top three, they'll be going through to the final. So there's sometimes a bit of strategy that people will try and conserve a bit of energy because they've got to do another race within a couple of hours. Still quite close between the crews. We've got that side-on view now, but now you can see it's Norwood Morialta, and then closely followed by Pembroke School and St Peter's Girls. And Norwood Morialta and Scotch College on the outside, in the outside lanes, are going to need to make up a bit of ground if they want to play in the A final later on.
Yes, with three places in the final up for grabs, it does look like Pembroke, Loretto and St Peter's are the three schools that will progress to the final.
Yeah, they're just probably got about 600 metres left to go. They're probably about halfway through the race. And it's still those top three crews, so Loretto Marriotteville, St Peter's Girls and Pembroke.
So it's Emily Lang, Fern Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans, Bianca Kohlberg, with Emily Degar as the coxswain, coached by Rebecca Cock. Now, Andrew, I always try and give the coaches a bit of a rap, if I know them especially, or know anything about them, because our coaches in rowing are just as important as all the rest of the mechanism that goes towards getting the success. So thanks to all our coaches, are no doubt nearly all volunteers, especially the younger grade. A lot of the younger grade crews are coached by school students themselves, or youngsters just out of school. So we thank all our coaches and those that are named on the program. We'll give them a cheer, just like we give all the rowers a cheer when we can.
That's right. I was just before I came on, I was talking to some of the Wolford rowers, and the ones who have just left school are all there in their school blazers still. So, but a lot of school leavers have stepped up to coach the juniors, because with so many crews, they all of the schools need a lot of coaches as well. And as you said, it's voluntary. It's a big time commitment, and very important relationship between like a coach and their rowers.
So this heat for the schoolgirls year 9 and 10, you see Loretto leading St Peter's closer to us, and then Pembroke over in the green and gold in the other side.
Look at that. So the Loretto crew, they're rating. You can actually see the Saints girls crew are rating higher. Loretto have just noticed that, and they've just lifted the rating. They were actually cruising, but now they've got 100 metres to go, and they're just going to show these other crews what they can do.
I think Pembroke are putting a burst too. They've been foxing around a bit because they've been well coached, Andrew.
That's right.
They know they've got the big final later on. So,
but I have to say, Loretto did look very good. Did look very good before that. I mean, they were really cruising, but maintaining very good boat speed at a low rating. So technically, looking very good.
So Nord and Scotch will be in the B final for that age group. And the next one's also well underway with Seymour, Walford, Wilderness, Unley and Adelaide.
There we go.
Again, with 3 boats to go in the final. They're racing 1,500 metres a year 9 and 10, the Cox Quad Scull. When they race in the final, they'll be racing for, I think it might be the Amanda Cross. Yeah, the Amanda Cross Cup. I think they've got the year 9 Quad Sculls.
No, it's the 10. It's the Denise Collins.
No, that's the 10s.
But this is 9-10A.
Oh,
so
okay.
This is for the Denise Collins Cup.
Okay.
I can only see 4 crews. So it looks like I think Adelaide High are not racing, but so just looking from
Adelaide High are there. They're on the far side. It's the other 4.
Okay. Well, we've.
So I've got
in lane 3 we've got Seymour College.
Yeah, Seymour are there.
Lane 4 we've got Wolford. Looks like Wilderness aren't here. So
yeah, I can't see a Wilderness crew.
So Wilderness don't look to be there.
Unley are there.
And Unley in lane 6. And Adelaide High in lane 7.
So Wolford got a different outfit for some of their crews. Like they seems to have a pattern down the back.
Let me have a look. It's darker. Okay, so this is we're now looking at that Seymour College crew in lane 3. They're leading, so it's going to be Seymour first, probably Wolford second, and Unley High third.
So they'll go to the final. Those 3.
I don't know what's happened to Wilderness. It could be close contact or who knows. But so there we go. Seymour coming down last 100 metres. Seymour College first. It will be Wolford second and Unley High third. Just looking for that Adelaide High crew. So the Adelaide High crew will come 4th, and they'll go into the B final.
So I just had a text message to say the outside broadcast isn't loud enough, so I hope it's hope you can hear us now, Don. Move to the second heat. No,
Yeah,
that was the second heat.
So now we're back to schoolboy 8-9B, Cox Quads. They're just at the start there. We've got 3 crews from right to left. It's Unley High, Christian Brothers and Norwood Morialta High, or Norwood International High.
So they're on the starting line at the moment. You can see them on the screen, and you'll see all the flurry of action in a moment as they start racing. These Unley High, Christian Brothers and Norwood. Go. If you're watching on the screen, it's the start of that race. The schoolboy year 8 and 9, the B final, 3 boats. All the big splashing as they get the boats moving from a stationary position. Well, that's where all the effort goes in. You can see the effort and the splashing of the oars and the power of these young men.
All right, so we can see the start. Right now, it looks like Unley High have had a very good start, and then back to Christian Brothers and Norwood Morialta. We're now back to 1,000 metres. This is the B final to decide position 7, 8, 9. For the year 8-9 B Cox Quad. But looking down the course, you can see that Unley High in lane 4, they're showing good blade work and good boat speed. And
just talking about the picture, Andrew, having a 3-boat race, we've seen the start and we can really see the picture. It almost makes you, we were talking about the River Torrens, and that's what it was like. You could see all the action because it was all so close, and it helped the atmosphere. But of course we do enjoy the bigger competition of the multi-lane racing.
yeah, and if you look down the course, you can see that the conditions are close to perfect. There's really very, very little wind. And really good conditions for these rowers to show how well they can row.
And they are rowing well. We've seen some terrific rowing. This is their big day, and all the school rowers have been training up for this to be not just their best chance of winning, but to look the best. They're in their great uniforms and colour. It's wonderful spectator sport and a sport to join in. The kids all love it.
Okay, so I think I can hear the Scotch College bagpipes in the background. That's always a part of the colour of Head of the River.
Indeed, the bagpipes, they pipe the boat down to the launching area.
Of course.
And of course, if they win, they get piped back in too, I think, Andrew.
That's right. I can see there's a piper just down on the beach there. So that's nice. We still have some of the normal colour and sounds of Head of the River. So now we're looking at this Unley High School crew of Seren Overduin, Matthew Lee, Andre Hart and Will Crowhurst, coxed by Finlay Reeves, and three coaches, Oliver Neat, Riley Lethbridge and Oscar Milsom. So that's Unley High School crew. They're gonna win the B final. Probably disappointed not to be rowing in the A final, but they've done really well, looking good, and easily over Norwood, Morialta High, and then Christian Brothers.
All those crews racing pretty well, Andrew. They're in the B final, but they're making sure they put all their effort in and enjoying their big day of racing. So Nord Morialta Cross in second place, and Christian Brothers College in their purple outfits will be in third place. We're pretty close to a start for the A final for the B Cox Quad Scull for year 8 and 9. And this race you've got Scotch in 2, Pulteney in 3, Princes in 4, Saints in 5, Pembroke in 6 and Adelaide in 7. And they're off and racing.
So this is for the Ferguson Cup.
Correct.
This cup's had a long history in Head of the Rivers.
Yeah, some of the boys' trophies go right back to the 1920s when we first started racing. I think the Goss Shield was almost from the very start, and the Ferguson Cup was one of the oldest trophies for the underage rowing. In my day, Andrew, we only had under 15s, under 16 and open, so there were only 3 age groups, although we did have a lightweight competition. We also had the Old Scholars Race. Were you around when that was happening?
I never took part in the Old Scholars Race. It wasn't a big thing.
It was a popular race.
Yeah.
It did die out shortly after we raced a few times here, because I actually rode in about 20 Head of the Rivers because I rode in the 2 school ones, and then I rode for nearly 20 years altogether in the Head of the River as an old scholar.
Wow.
And we did race a few times here on West Lakes before the event was curtailed.
Now, so schoolboy year 8, 9B, Cox Quad A final. From the right of the screen, it's Scotch College, then Pulteney Grammar, Prince Alfred College, St Peter's College, Pembroke School, and Adelaide High.
So it's Princes that are leading, Andrew, and I've, as I said, I've called a few regattas this season, and I think this is one of the Princes crews that's that I've seen perform very well. I just checked Angus Williams, Zach Floriani, Marco Worth, Angus Fremantle, with Toby Stockard, the Cox, coached by Angie Franco, a former world champion sculler.
That's right.
And Richard Hamoud, who was a successful rower in his youth as well, from what I remember.
So if we have a look at that PAC crew, so they're racing over 1,000 metres, and they're, look at that, good timing, good placement, and they've got good boat speed compared to the rest of the field. There's quite a battle now going on for second and third, and you can see it's probably St Peter's in second, and then a really good battle between Pembroke and Adelaide High. So obviously there's the rowing program at Adelaide High, in the juniors is obviously bearing fruit. But have a look at that PAC crew. So these are it's year 9Bs, as you said, coached by Angie Franco and Richard Hamoud, looking really clean with good boat speed. Saints will come second, and I think Adelaide High will come third, beating Pembroke. Some really good racing here. So there's PAC winning. Next is St Peter's. And third is Adelaide High. So I'm seeing some good signs from Adelaide High of just a renaissance of their rowing program.
That'll be good to see.
And next, Scotch, and that's it. All right.
We've got to start in the next race.
And this is the B final for the 8-9As. No, I jumped the gun. That wasn't for the Ferguson Cup. We're still waiting on the Ferguson Cup, which is the 9As. But this is the B final. And closest to us, we have Norwood Morialta High, then Adelaide High, St Ignatius, and Christian Brothers. And again, I think Adelaide High has certainly had the best start.
Yeah, Adelaide High leading out of the start. In the second boat from the judges' side and the launching beach side, finish line. Adelaide High row in the black and white colours. Norwood Morialta in the red, blue and gold. St Ignatius in the same colours. Christian Brothers in the purple and white. It's pretty close still with three of those boats. Just the Christian Brothers crew dropping back a little. But Adelaide High and Norwood have settled down to fight for the lead. I think they've drawn away from St Ignatius. I think the Norwood crew might have pulled ahead of Adelaide. But it's still reasonably close. The B final for the A boats. So this is for places 7, 8, 9 and 10 for the ranking of the whole head of the river.
Yeah. But it definitely looks like Adelaide High in the lead. And then probably St Ignatius, Norwood Morialta High, and then back to Christian Brothers.
So from Adelaide, it's Zach Parrish, Jordan Couch, Finn Redmond, Xavier Smith with Evelyn Rodwell the Cox and coached by Miller Backman. And they are definitely in the lead. They've got less than 500 metres to travel and they've got a clear water lead at the moment. So over 2 boat lengths in front. They're the length of their own boat in front plus at least one more boat length. If anything, the St Ignatius crew has come up and challenging Norwood for the second and third spot. So a bit more history. The St Ignatius and Norwood crews and school rowing clubs are two of the newer clubs racing in the head of the river. The Adelaide High, as we've mentioned before, is one of the original South Australian head of the river schools.
It was. Yeah. And won the first eights a number of times.
But not since 1957, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they beat my dad. No, we always remind him of that.
So a win there to Adelaide High. And second place.
Second place.
It's
Norwood Morialta High, isn't it?
Norwood,
and then St Ignatius third.
correct.
And then CBC fourth.
Yeah. And of course, those who know me would know that I taught at Adelaide High for 20 years. As with different times was a rowing master there. So I've got an affinity with the Adelaide High. In the high school system, we don't seem to get as many students keep rowing. They start rowing at different ages during the high school and seem to rotate in and out and don't have the depth of some of the other schools. I think that's pretty common in the government schools for some reason.
It is now Schoolboy 89A Cox Quads. So they're lined up at the start.
And they'll be for Ferguson.
This is for the Ferguson Cup.
We've got it right, Andrew.
We did. We got to it eventually.
So the lineup, these are the finalists. Remember, they rode heats this morning. In lane 2, St. Peter's. Lane 3, Scotch. Lane 4, Pembroke. Lane 5, Princes. Lane 6, Unley. Lane 7, Pulteney. And Angie Franco's coaching the Prince's crew again. Oliver Smith, Aidan Obst, Gil Wakeland, Max Garnett, Mateo Barlow, the coxswain. They'll be the ones to beat. I think the Unley and Pembroke schools are the main challengers. Charlie Miller, Alex Lee, Tom O'Mahony, Jeremy Yu, Jed Watson, coached by Joshua Lascott from Pembroke, and Unley got Cameron Bell, Thomas Osborne, Joseph Harrington, Christian Yates, and Matilda Hancock, the Cox, coaches Oscar Milson, Riley Lethbridge, and Oliver Neat. Do you want to go? They're racing.
Okay. So we're underway now, and we're having a look at the start of Year 8 9A Cox Quad. Still tightly bunched at the start, but we're getting a good look at those first few strokes, now they're just going to go alongside. You can see lane 1, lane 3 and 4. So St. Peter's College, Pembroke School, and Prince Alfred College are amongst the early leaders after that start. I'm just going to have a look. Okay, so already the PAC crew in lane 5 look to have gone out to an early lead. So if we just have a look, if we can just go in a little bit closer to the crew in lane 5 and just see how they're travelling. No, okay. Well then, so just looking from left to right, you've got the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 7. The Unley High School crew in lane 6, and then the PAC crew in lane 5. And then across to Pembroke, Scotch, and St. Peter's College. Right now, it's definitely PAC in lane 5. Oliver Smith, Aidan Obst, Gil Wakeland, Max Garnett and Tiago Barlow, coached by Angie Franco. They're getting challenged by the St. Peter's crew in lane 2. And then it's probably back to Scotch in lane 3. So just they're quite separated, so it's a little bit difficult to tell. But you've got so we're just coming in closer, and now just have a look at this this crew. What do you think they're rating, Mags?
I can tell you.
So we'll just get a rating on them. They can now see all of their opponents. So
Princes are at 37.5, 38.
They're rating 37, 38, and I thought Saints was challenging them, but no, PAC are...
Well, Saints are at 39, and they are challenging.
PAC have got control of this race. The Cox is just exhorting them just to go for the last 100 metres. But they've now got clear water over their rivals. Saints is coming up in lane 2. They're still chasing them down, but PAC technically very good.
Good race here. The
really,
whole field.
So there you can see the Saints crew coming up, but it's PAC first, Saints second, Scotch College third.
All 6 boats in the screen, overlapping basically. Wonderful race.
Yeah, that's great racing.
Great standard of event. Well done, all those crews, and great coaching and dedication by all the coaches and the crews and the parents that help get those youngsters to and from their training. Well done.
That was a great race. Well done to Angie Franco's crew of from PAC, Schoolboy 89A Cox Quad.
I've mentioned already that the Walford School are the host school, and there's actually been given a message to remind you that you're well welcomed here by Rebecca Clark, who's the principal of Walford. So thanks to Rebecca Clark, the principal of Walford School, for with your school hosting this regatta. And another reminder, the COVID management, we've been asked to remind you that mask wearing is required indoors here. So anywhere indoors you should be wearing masks, and keep your congestion down 1.5 metre apart, especially when queuing, and follow all the safe hygiene practices. The head of the river has adapted to the changing restrictions imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and on behalf of all the members of the schools, we thank the heads of the rowing, the coaches, the umpires, the volunteers, the parents and students who responded to the changing challenges and race cancellations in the lead up to this event with the understanding and grace. We're grateful too for the general support of the event sponsors, the Rowing SA, the local council, and the head of the river project manager, Beck Francis, who works tirelessly. And for instance, the program that she's put out online, it's an absolutely fantastic program that you can see online. And thanks also to our cameramen and women that are operating the video live stream for the benefit of all our spectators that can't be here. You can follow all that on the Rowing SA on Instagram for regatta updates. The links and the highlights are posted regularly, and all the results. Rowing SA, the website, look for Regatta Manager and Instagram.
Still waiting for a start.
Okay, so I'll also thank our University of South Australia. They've also got the Uni SA Health van today on the lawn near the club rooms and the headquarters up here. There's got free physiotherapy services, wrist and thumb taping, hamstring length testing, muscle stretching, massage and advice. So that's open to all the rowers for free, sponsored by University of SA, the Uni of SA Health van, the caravan today, on the lawns, up on the lawn by the club rooms, by the boat shed, for free physiotherapy services, taping, stretching and massage. Sounds good, Andrew. I wouldn't mind a massage myself. Don't think they'll spot me as a schoolboy. Got another note here from the University of South Australia. They've actually got a scholarship support scheme for elite athletes while studying at the University of SA. They've got an elite athletes program and for performing arts program. So that's all your sports, including rowing. For more information, if you're involved with Uni SA or thinking of going there, any of your students, visit the University of SA education.au, Uni SA edu.au. Thanks to our sponsors, the University of South Australia. They're also, Uni SA are running a free competition to enter to win a 500 pair of sunglasses hut gift card. You can enter that for the 100th year of the Head of the River Rowing competition by visiting unisa.edu.au HOR win or head to the UniSA stand near the club rooms on the lawn here. They've got free entry for that draw for a pair of sunglasses. So plenty of action at the UniSA sponsorship area on the lawns by the headquarters and club rooms. Did you see this? Did you get that? Now we have a message here from Regatta Control for Emily Sidwell. If anyone knows Emily Sidwell, there's a message for Emily to report to Regatta Control at the tower downstairs. The Regatta Control Tower for Emily Sidwell. There's a message for Emily Sidwell. I'm not sure what school or club she's from. So if Emily Sidwell, if someone knows her, please see she gets this message. She needs to report to Regatta Control on the finish line to the office there. There's a message for Emily Sidwell. Thank you. Okay, this race is about to start. I'm going to hand the mic to Dave Freeman for a while. Andrew, so
no problems.
Met Andrew and Dave Freeman to commentate from now on.
All right. So we've got welcome Dave, and we've got Schoolgirl Year 8 9B Cox Quad B final, and 3 crews in this race: Pulteney Grammar, Nord Morialta High, and Adelaide High. They're racing over 1,000 metres. Looks like the crew, looks like Pulteney Grammar in lane 4 are leading, and then back to Nord Morialta High and then Adelaide High.
Yes, I would agree, Andrew. That's Pulteney have got a slight lead over the crew on their outside, which is Norwood, and then a small gap across Adelaide, but not much separating either of these 3 crews in the Schoolboy B final for B crews.
So this will decide positions 7, 8, 9 in their year group. Good to see so many quads at this level. 9 schools are putting together a second schoolgirl quad. So that's great. It does show how strong schoolgirl rowing is in South Australia. A real expansion. We've had a real expansion of the numbers of schools that are offering schoolgirl rowing. So it still looks to be Pulteney Grammar, followed by Nord Morialta High and then Adelaide High.
Yes, I don't think Pulteney are out of it yet. They're got up very close to Norwood. Or was it the other way around? Nord have got close to Pulteney.
Yeah, still looks to be Pulteney, but it's good race going on between Pulteney Grammar and Nord Morialta High, and then Adelaide High, just trying to find their rhythm there in lane 6. think Pulteney are just probably getting a little bit more out of each stroke. Their timing looks a little bit better, but it's still pretty
very
close. Like Norwood Morialta are really digging deep there, so just
Yes, I think
trying to get that timing right. The boats are pretty close. The coxswains will have this under control, but and the umpires will be keeping a close eye on that as well. But pretty close. And
yes, Pulteney have just moved away slightly. A couple of seats just to establish a lead, good half a boat length lead now. Coming into the last 20 or 30 metres. Yeah, great race.
there we go.
Yeah,
And then back to Adelaide High in third. So and we've got the next race is already underway, and that's Schoolgirl 8-9B A final. So we're looking sort of across the course at the Lakes Hotel, but now looking down the course, you can see from right to left on your screen, we've got Walford Anglican, then Pembroke School, then Wilderness, Scotch, Unley High, and St Peter's Girls over on the far side of the course. And right now, I mean, it looks like Wilderness in the middle is having a good battle there with Scotch. So lane 4 and lane 5. These are seeded lanes, so you'd often expect those middle lanes to be leading, but there's a really good race. In fact, Scotch may actually, it's very close between Scotch and Wilderness right now. So
it looks like Pembroke also doing very well on the outside. They could be up with Wilderness, but certainly Scotch moving away a little bit with about 300 to travel. So Scotch then, Wilderness and
it's Unley High.
Unley High, sorry, yes.
Unley High over in lane 6. So yeah, I think Scotch have gone past Wilderness. So let's have a look. Oh, that's good. You can see the leading 3 crews there, and you can see it is Scotch and Unley High are moving up.
Well, yeah.
Wilderness have dropped back a bit, and so this is the Scotch College crew: Isabella Mackenzie, Stacey Webb, Rosie McMahon, Sophie Comerford, and with Hannah Jeffries as Cox. So this is Year 8-9B, Cox Quad. This is the A final. But it's still very close. Like, Scotch have not put this away yet. They're definitely in the lead, but they're being challenged by both Wilderness and Unley High. So there's 100 metres left to go. Scotch have seen the threat and they're responding to it, but Wilderness are really throwing it down. Let's have a look. Okay, so Scotch are just sitting there in that first place, really by about a length. So Scotch College first, Wilderness second, Unley High third, and then it'll be Seymour, Pembroke, and then St Peter's Girls. So here comes, this is the Seymour,
No, it's
Walford crew, my apologies. Walford crew, and then Pembroke, and then St Peter's Girls. So that was Scotch 1, Wilderness 2, Unley High 3. Here we go. At the start.
So we have a start in race 43. This is the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9A division. And in the B final, we've got the 3 crews across the course in red is St Ignatius, then Pulteney Grammar in the middle and Loreto on their outside. So in the early stages, very little separating these through as they go through the first 150 metres. So even though it's a B final, the crews really want to prove a point that maybe they shouldn't have missed out on the A final. They'd let the race go too early and challenged at the end and didn't get there. So there's always a reason why somebody just expects to get in the A final and doesn't, and then says, right, we'll blow away the B final and prove what we've got.
So it's still pretty close between these three crews, from right to left. St Ignatius, then Pulteney in the middle, and Loreto Marriotteville over on the left-hand side. It's probably still St Ignatius in the lead, followed by Pulteney Grammar and then Loreto Marriotteville, but it is very close. As you saw in the previous race, things can change very, very quickly. At this level, the boat speed can change very, very quickly. So, still looks to be St Ignatius though, that have got a small lead over Pulteney Grammar and then Loreto Marriotteville.
Yes, from this vantage point, it's almost anybody's race. They're so St Ignatius have still got this slight lead, but the other two crews haven't given in yet. And they're desperately trying to catch St Ignatius. So the good competition for second will mean that they'll keep rowing as hard as they can and possibly catch up with the leading crew. But I think at the moment it's maybe Loreto moving into second place. Just maybe a slight lead over Pulteney. But Ignatius doing it well. I mean, they've got clean blade work. Their boat's flowing along quite nicely. And got the rocking motion that some boats show when they put in the last dash. And they're into the 250 metre mark, boys.
Yeah, so they're moving smoothly.
Coming down to the line, it's going to be St Ignatius who take it out, and there's still a struggle for the second place between
really close,
Pulteney
isn't it?
and Loreto. So Ignatius come down to the finish line. And we can see the finish line between the white flag and the white flagpole.
Pulteney have just got just a couple of seats. They were going to win that.
Yeah.
Are going to come second rather to Loreto
Yes,
Marriotteville.
they just put that extra effort at the end and went past Loreto.
Well,
so it was a good race for the B quad students. They performed very well, which leads us up to...
That was the B final, so now we've got the A final.
And that's the important one.
Let's have a look. It's not a particular trophy for this one, so okay. Mainly the Year 8s at every level have trophies, which is nice. Or cups, for cups.
So we come down to race 44, the A final for the A Year 9 girls quads. A full field of 8. In lane 1 we have St Peter's Girls. Lane 2, Norwood International. Lane 3, Unley High. Lane 4, Scotch. Lane 5, Wilderness. Lane 6, Walford. Lane 7, Adelaide High. And out in lane 8 we have Pembroke. And they're underway in race 44, the A final for Year 9 A Cox Quads for girls.
It's still really close between all of these crews. Just a couple of 100 metres down.
So if the seating's correct, we should see the arrow shape coming down the course with the 2 crews in the middle. Technically should be leading, but stranger things have happened in rowing races.
It does look a little bit that way. You've got Scotch in lane 4 and Wilderness in lane 5, are both amongst the leaders. And then Unley High is also looking good in lane 3. So it's those middle 3 crews that I think are in the lead at the moment. I'm just going to have a look with the binoculars. I think it's actually pretty close between Scotch. It might be Scotch and Unley, and then back with Wilderness back in 3rd. And then Norwood, Morialta, Walford, Saints Girls, and Pembroke. But it's really Scotch, Unley, and Wilderness all having a great battle in the middle. There's the Pembroke crew. But if we have a look at the crews in the middle of the field, so 3, 4, and 5, that's where the race is. So we're now looking. That's the Wilderness crew, that's the Scotch crew in the centre of the field, that's the Unley crew, and you can see they're all pretty close. And if we just zoom out a little bit, you can just have a look and see the. Okay, so Wilderness might have an edge here, but it's difficult to tell. But it's probably Wilderness first, then Scotch, then Unley,
and then Pembroke on the
and
far side.
Pembroke coming 4th. Probably Walford 5th, Norwood Morialta 6th. But let's have a look. So Wilderness still first, Scotch second, but Unley are really challenging. So there's a really good race on for second as well. And Pembroke are not out of it either. Pembroke over in the far lane are racing well. I think Unley's moved up into second place. So Unley has moved up into second place. Wilderness just bringing it home, but there's less than 100 metres now to go, and you can now see it's going to be the Wilderness crew first, Unley High second, Scotch third, and then you've got Pembroke 4th and Walford 5th. So that's Pembroke just crossing the line now, and now Walford. And it's Norwood Morialta High, then Adelaide High and St Peter's Girls. Wow.
Oh. Yes, good race there for those Year 9s. Wilderness certainly setting the pace.
So the next race has already started, and this is the Schoolboy Reserve Single Scull. It's important to have reserves because especially in the current environment, you don't know who's going to be isolating. And we should have 8 scullers here. Of course, all of the rowers do a lot of sculling in their training. It's used for selection as well. And now I'm just about to thank you very much, Dave Freeman. And I'm just about to welcome Phil Manglesdorf back.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew, and thanks, David. Good to have you back on the commentary team. I'm interested in this race because I know the history of 3 of the Adelaide boys. I'm not sure if they're all there, but these are guys. This whole race is a new feature, and I think it's wonderful because these are guys they've rowed. I know that they've rowed right from year 8 and been in the head of the river, and obviously, unfortunately, Adelaide don't have a first 8 this year. These guys would have been in it, so this is their chance to race on the big day in the scull. But I'm not sure if they're all started. Do we have? I'll just have a look. Have we got a scratchings? So Andrew, you can.
Yeah, I'm just trying to count the numbers of scullers. Let me just have a look down the course.
The only official scratching is from lane 7. That was White from St Peter's. So there should be Frisbee Smith from Adelaide High, Kingy from Adelaide High, and Lomas from Adelaide High. They're the 3 lads I was talking about. There's also St Peter's Myers, Pembroke Reynolds, and another Pembroke Bar Hoosh. And these guys also could be, it was sort of designed for senior rowers who've not made a crew or not got in the final head of the river, and this is a chance for them to show their colours and have a race on head of the river day. And I think it's a wonderful gesture by the schools.
So I think we've got Josh Myers in lane 1, Zach Reynolds from Pembroke School in lane 2. I think Josh Frisbee Smith from Adelaide High is in lane 3. And then actually out in the lead, is that Martin, lane 4 is Martin King. And then I think lane 5 is Adam Bahush. It's just, so it looks like just 5 scullers, but looks, I think this is Martin King, coached by...
It's a lane 4 boat.
Yeah, coached by Ivan Milutinovic and Harrison Lindner.
Yeah, so this is really good for Ivan. Ivan's been a long time coach at the Adelaide High, so good on you, Ivan. You'll be pleased to see your lad taking out this scully, barring accidents.
Josh Myers is going to come second, and it's between the 2 Pembroke rowers for 3rd place. You've got Zach Reynolds on closest to us. So we're just seeing Josh Myers finish there, and then now we see the race between the 2 Pembroke rowers, and it's actually Adam Bahush is going to go over the line first, and then 4th is Zach Reynolds, and then 5th is Josh Frisbee Smith. So
Joseph Frisbee Smith from Adelaide High.
My mistake.
Again, coached by Harrison Lindner and Ivan Milutinovic.
No, that's great to have a scull race at head of the river, and 5 scullers in the end, but it was Martin King from Adelaide High, Martine King from Adelaide High, who won that one. Now it looks like this will be looks like we've got a match race for the schoolgirl reserve scull, just two scullers.
Yeah, we have got scratchings here, and I'm quite. I would suspect that some of this is COVID problems. People could have had last-minute replacements, so these people could have been reserves and been called into the crews today to race. So the race between only it's Freya Verdun and from Pembroke Lexi Reynolds, coached by Susie Ross. They're the 2 that are racing, and the others have been scratched. Now they may well have gone into other events.
Oh, okay. 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 Just got someone had a mishap and they're just completing the race. So
Okay.
good on them.
So we just heard from the officials that the Norwood sculler in that previous event did fall out of his boat, and our wonderful volunteer surf lifesavers are there following him up now in the rubber ducky after helping him get back in the boat. So he'll complete the course. Whilst the other two young women scullers, where are they?
They're coming.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, they've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark. We can just see them.
I can see we've got an
Got the only
high sculler coming down. This is the Schoolgirl Reserve single scull. Just looking to see if I can't see that there's any. It looks like she might be having a row over. I can't see the Pembroke sculler there.
It's Freya Overdwin.
Freya Overdwin.
Yes, I haven't heard of any major disruptions to teams and crews from the COVID problem. I don't know if any of you others have, David or Andrew?
I don't have any information on that.
I know some students have succumbed to that and had to go into isolation and haven't been able to row, but that can happen with injuries too. I know I mentioned Adelaide High before. We always seem to have sports day about the same time as the head of the river, and often seem to get rowers injured in that before sports day, which we didn't need. So this is the reserves single scull for the girls, the schoolgirls. So it could be, this young lady could be from any age group, of course, but it was certainly designed for people who missed out on a race on the head of the river, and they could enter the sculling event. And it was probably intended mainly for the senior rowers, and certainly I know the Adelaide High contingent have been long-time rowers at the school, and obviously didn't make a crew for the head of the river today, so they get to race in the single scull. Good on them for doing it.
Okay, so watching Freya take out the Schoolgirl Reserve single scull. All right. That concludes that race. Okay, so we're underway. The next race, this is over 1,500 metres. Schoolboy Year 9-10 CD Coxed Quad. Going from right to left, we have St Peter's College, and then Unley High, Scotch College, and then St Peter's C's, and then PAC C's.
Just waiting for this to start. A reminder that the University of SA has got their caravan and free raffle on the lawn here at the main club rooms. You've got the health van today where you can have free physiotherapy service for athletes, taping, muscle stretching and massage. And there's also the free raffle for the $500 Sunglass Hut gift card. Enter at the UniSA for the 100th year of the Head of the River competition. You can enter it online at UniSA or come up to the tent on the main lawn by the Walford School, who are sponsoring the regatta today and providing all the volunteers. We thank Walford for that.
Okay, so at the moment, the race is between, you've got PAC on the left-hand side, next to them St Peter's College, and then just going over to Unley High, fourth from the left. They are the early race leaders. And then it's back to St Peter's D, and then Scotch College. But right now, if we can look a bit closer at the crews in lane 5 and 6, St Peter's College and Prince Alfred College, that's where the race is going on. I think PAC have actually pulled a little bit ahead. So you can see it's the crews on the left-hand side of the lane, left-hand side of the course. Prince Alfred College, Arjun Dosanjh, Oakley Shee, Isaac Evans, Jasper Hill, Leroy Condis as Cox, and coached by Tom Merrigan. And the Saints crew of Oliver Hamilton, Joseph Giuradini, Thomas Parkinson, Joshua Ledger, coxed by Liam Duerden and coached by Alana Gilsmore. So I think now I think that St Peter's have now. It was PAC. I think now, if we can just have a look at those two left-hand side crews. Yep, that's good. Just going a little bit closer, and you'll just get a sense of who's in the lead. I think that St Peter's is leading PAC. And I think it's a fair way back to third place. Yeah, it's still St Peter's. They've got about 600 metres left to go, so about 60% of the way through the race. I'm just going to have a look. Yeah, no, it's okay. Okay. So at the moment, the leader is St Peter's College, St Peter's C Crew. Then second, you have PAC. Third, Unley High, and Unley is being challenged by the St Peter's D Crew. Scotch College are sitting in fifth place. But right now, it's St Peter's College. This is for schoolboy Year 9-10 Cs, and they look to have this race under control. There we go. Let's just have a look. So we can see that's first and second. So Saints are coming first, PAC second, and then Unley third. And a really good race. If you have a look at those two crews there, there's a really good race between the Saints D crew and Unley C's. They're giving it a good crack. But it's St Peter's now with just over 100 metres to go. The St Peter's C crew, they can see there's a challenge there from Prince's. There's not clear water between them. There's still slightly overlapping. Saints is just pulling away a little bit more now. And then, so St Peter's will take out the schoolboy Year 9-10 C race. Second will be PAC. and a great race here between Unley High and the St. Peter's D crew. Unley High will come third, and the St. Peter's D crew, well played, that crew, will come fourth. They're rowing up a level, and then it will be Scotch in fifth.
So, Andrew, we've got 2 races left, mate, and then we're finished.
Sounds
we'll
good.
finish this bracket. I just spoke to the next shift of commentators. They're lined up, ready to go.
Sounds good to me.
I see Greg Walters resplendent in his Riverside blazer. He's going to take over shortly.
Very nice.
So we've got our penultimate race, and then so we finish this bracket. If you haven't realised the program, our regatta programs, we have the boys in one, and then the girls in each age group as a bracket of races, we call them, and we've got the boat class for that age group. So this is the B boats now for the year 9 and 10 Cox Quad Scull, and we'll finish our stint on the commentary with the A boats
for the men's cup.
Yes, again the men's cup for the A boats. It's a very famous trophy. The trophies are all going to be presented at the schools when they're not being presented here today. We normally have wonderful photos and presentations, but because of COVID practice, the trophies are not being presented at the regatta.
Okay, so this race here, which is the Year 9-10 Bs, Cox Quad, this is for the Chapman Trophy. And we've got seven crews. Going from right to left on the screen is Adelaide High, then Unley High, St. Peter's College, PAC, Scotch College, Norwood Morialta High, and Pembroke School. It does look to be the crews in the middle. I think it's at the moment the early leaders are St. Peter's College and Prince Alfred College. So we've got St. Peter's right in the middle of the screen, and a good race between Prince Alfred College just over to their left-hand side. So that's... And then it's back to Scotch and Unley High.
Yeah, two boats certainly setting the pace here. The old traditional rivals, you've got to say, the Prince Alfred College and Saints.
PAC, I think have now pulled ahead. So just while we were watching that, Prince Alfred are way out in front now, and it's back to Saints second. And then it's a tussle between Scotch College and Unley High. But it's the PAC crew in lane 5. They've made a really big push in the middle of this race. And they can now see their rivals. And they've really got control of this race.
That's the crew of Charles Wunderberg, Samuel Remersledge, Otto Wendt, Toby Berrigan and Peter Moore. They've shown good form in the couple of regattas that I've seen leading up to this, Andrew, so I'm not surprised that they're in front. What is surprising me, they're so far in front. I think they've had closer competitions in previous events, whether they've saved the best for last, but they're in front of Scotch are in third, Saints are running second, and Unley fourth in this B final for the schoolboy year 9 and 10 Cox Quad Scull for the 2022 Head of the River.
And then it's back to Adelaide High, and then it's back to Pembroke, Adelaide High, and then Norwood Morialta High. But it'll be PAC will take out the Chapman Trophy for Year 10B Cox Quads. Well done, PAC. Saints will be second. Third, Scotch College. Scotch just going over the line there, and now that's Unley High finishing. And then next will be Pembroke. That's Pembroke now. And then this is the Adelaide High crew. Okay. And then it was Nord Morialta. Okay, now the Men's Cup. The Men's Cup? Men's Trophy. Men's Cup. Men's Cup.
Yes, the Men's Cup. Famous Men's Biscuits family that presented that trophy. And
that's right.
John Menz was the chairman of rowing in South Australia, or president, for quite a few years. His family were very much involved with rowing in my racing career.
That's right.
And we thank them for their sponsorship and this trophy.
That's right. All right, so 1,500 metres.
And the lineup is St Ignatius in 1, Adelaide in 2, Unley in 3, Scotch in 4, Princes in 5, St Peter's in 6, Pembroke in 7, and Nord Morialta in 8. And I'll just mention again that if you've got a looking at a program, you'll see it's got Scotch College Adelaide and St Ignatius SA. That's because we're on an Australia-wide rowing computer system, and St Ignatius and Scotch have both got schools that row in the national competition. So that's how they designate the difference between those schools with common names.
So right now, I would say still in the first half of the race, but the Scotch College crew of Harry Bridgewood, Oscar Kittle, Max Brammy, Lee Wingard, coxed by Tom Wright and coached by Tim Belcher. I think they look to be in a good position. They're being challenged by PAC next to them in lane 5.
Well, that'll be my tip, Andrew. Watch out for Edward Chappell from Princes, Hugo Knight, Sam Stunnell, and Lewis Dawson with Alex Hamoud, the Cox. They've definitely been setting the pace in a lot of these competitions that I've seen in regattas this year.
That's right. Look, I still think from here, I think it's still very close between Scotch College and PAC. It's very hard to tell. Let's see if we can have a look.
We'll get some rating. I've got Princes racing about 33, which is a pretty good pace. They'd be happy with that, not having to go much higher. The Scotch look higher to me. I'll get the rating for them. They're in second place, but not far ahead of the on the other side, only high as well.
So Scotch, PAC are now they are under rating.
Yeah,
but they
Scotch are at 35.
Yeah. So PAC are under rating, but actually are sitting in front of Scotch.
And the only higher up at 37.5, 38 strokes to the minute. So they're really having a go, Andrew. But it's Princes in the red and white that are out in front.
Princes first. Good battle for second between Scotch College and St Peter's. And then it will be back to Unley High and then Pembroke and Nord Morialta on the far side.
So it looks like Princes taking out the Men's Cup, barring accidents. Those three boats are rowing and racing beautifully, Andrew.
They really are. No, it's a great. This is a great race. PAC, because they've rated low, they've got the ability to respond to this. And Prince Alfred College will take out the Men's Cup. Scotch second, Saints third, and then it will be Unley High fourth, and then a battle between Nord Morialta and Pembroke for fifth and sixth. So that's Unley High in fourth, and then Nord Morialta fifth, and Pembroke sixth.
That finishes our commentary.
I think,
Andrew?
yes.
So
here we go. This is Adelaide High.
thanks.
Thank you very much,
For your company, Andrew
Mangs.
Southcott.
And welcome our next two commentators. And Anna Crowley.
Yeah, Anna Crowley. Yeah, here we go. Quick changeover.
The next race on the card is race 50, the schoolgirl year 9, 10 D, E and F Coxed Quad.
In this one we should have 3 crews. We've had a scratching, I believe, in lane 4. So in lane 3 we have Seymour College F. In lane 5, Seymour College. In lane 6, Seymour College E. So this is really a race for bragging rights between the Seymour College crews here. And I think we've also had a few crew changes from what was originally in the programme, so we'll just do a full roll call before this race starts. In Seymour College F in lane 3, we've got Duff, Pedler, Meany, Lockyer, Coxby, Cavcani. In lane 5, we've got McDonald, Whalen, John Ganneal, Paul, Coxby, Cooper. And in lane 6, Seymour College E, James, Ting, Finlayson, Ryan, Coxby, Andrews.
And it looks as though at this early stage in the race it's a real battle between Seymour College in lane 5 and Seymour College E in lane 6. And the Seymour College in lane 5 may just have it at the moment, of Lily McDonald, Georgia Whalen, Evelyn Jongleel and Lola Paul, with Chelsea Cooper as the cox. But I think we're going to see a very tight race between those 2 crews.
The good news for all the crews rowing in this race is they all get a medal because they're in different divisions. So this is a D crew and an E crew and an F crew.
That's right, and I think that really speaks to the depth of the rowing program at Seymour, the fact that they have managed to keep so many inters engaged in the program so that they actually can have D, E and F crews. So that's a great thing, in future as they move up towards the seniors. Very, very strong program there.
Absolutely, they'll have a lot of girls to choose from next year going forward into seniors. We haven't had too much of a form guide for a lot of these crews going from the past few regattas, because obviously we've only had the 2 school premiership series regattas where they actually have to row in their divisions. So it's hard to know who should be the favourite here, but we're hoping Seymour will have got it right for the sake of the
I think
the
so.
D crew.
They seem to be panning out at the moment in that order. So it's the D crew in lane 5 leading, Seymour College, followed by the E crew in lane 6 and the F crew in lane 3. And the D crew is seen to be rating fairly high at the moment, about 35 strokes per minute in that quad crew as they come through about the 750 mark. And I think they've got clear water now, so they would be sitting out in front in this race 50 schoolgirls year 9, 10 DEF Coxed Quad. And the Seymour College crew in lane 5 have dropped back to a rating of about 32, but they've got clear water and they can see the E crew in lane 6 behind them. So they should be able to hold, but they're keeping their length at this stage. You can see them getting out there, sweeping through in this Coxed Quad event. 32, doing it comfortably and rowing very well.
They may have had some technical issues in the crew over in lane 3, I think, but they're overcoming them.
And for a D crew, if that's the standard of your D crew, your program is doing very, very well. They're getting good drive, getting in boat, and the boat's getting good run through the water. They look as though they're doing this easily at this stage. The Seymour College crew of Lily McDonald, Georgia Whalen, Evelyn Jonganil, Lola Paul, with Chelsea Cooper as the cox.
And then they're going to be followed over, we think, by the E crew of Maddie James, Kiara Ting, Carly Finlayson, Connie Ryan, Cox by Mackenzie Andrews.
And that D crew is just pushing that lead away. They've lifted their rating up to 36 and they are taking this home. They're not taking this first position for granted. They are pushing through. Great rowing from the D crew, Seymour College, and they will take out first place in the schoolgirl Year 9-10 DEF Coxed Quad.
And the E crew will now follow them over the line, also holding their length and their synchronisation beautifully, even through to the finish.
And as we wait for the Seymour College F crew in lane 3 to complete the course as they're coming down through the 250 mark, we might move on to race number 51. We've had a start in the Schoolgirl Year 910 C Coxed Quad event.
Again, we've had one scratching in this, so we should have 4 crews in lane 3, Unley High, in lane 4, Seymour College, in lane 5, Wolford Anglican, and in lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville. So Wilderness have scratched from this race. They would otherwise have been in lane 7. We've also had, by the looks of things, a few crew changes. So in Unley High, we've got Charlize Yerkin, Tallulah Matsoko, Saratova Gallo, Isabel Petrie, and I believe Cox by Harath, who's changed the programme. Then in Seymour College, we've got Katie Harford, Sophie March, Taya Archer, and Grave is a change to that crew with Sasha Walker coxing. Wolford Anglican is Olivia Christensen, Sophie Waters, Emma Laplastrier, Dorothea Economos, and Elsie Johnson as their cox. And Loretto Marriotteville are Genevieve McCallum, Isabella Roman, Alessandra Roman, Imogen Smith, Alexis Chapman as their cox.
And at this stage, it appears to be Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6 leading this field, with a fairly tight bunch up then between Seymour College 1 in lane 4 and Wolford Anglican in lane 5.
So I believe this Loretto crew didn't race at the last Premiership Regatta, which was taken out by Seymour in this category. So it's interesting to see a crew obviously coming together perhaps at the last minute, or just didn't compete last time for one reason or another, leading the field. But this is a tighter race than we've seen in the previous divisions, as you might expect.
Loretto rowing very well at the moment. They've got clear water. And it would appear to be Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6. I think then to Seymour College, and very closely on the heels, Wolford Anglican in lane 5.
And again, for C grade Cox Quad Sculls, beautifully rowing beautifully together. The Loretto crew over on that side, keeping a good eye on their opposition in the near side.
Rating about 36 at the moment. As you can see, the Loretto Marriotteville crew on your screen.
It looks like it's going to be a ding-dong battle for that second and third placing.
That's right, the battle will be between Seymour College and Wolford Anglican. Seymour seems to have pulled out in front. They may have difficulty catching Loretto, but the battle for second place is definitely on between Seymour College and Wolford Anglican.
So we can see the coxswains looking over, letting their crews know where they are, try to keep their heads in the boat. And that battle is pushing them up towards the Loretto crew, but I don't think they're going to make it before the line.
And the Loretto crew's rating very high, about 38 at the moment, so they're really lifting it. But so too, Seymour have lifted here. You can see they've picked up their rating. They're rating about 36. But as you say, it doesn't look as though Seymour is going to be able to catch that Loretto crew. They've got too much open water.
But they are showing a nice wind to the line. They're really not giving up. They're totally committed, these girls, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're getting good length too. Just getting nice soft catches, pushing it, getting good run on the boat. But Seymour have lifted their rating. They're not going to let Wolford take out second place. But at this stage, as we come down to the line, it is going to be Loretto Marriotteville in the first place, Seymour College in second, and Wolford Anglican in lane 5 coming in third. Yes, and that Seymour crew has really lifted, so have Wolford Anglican. They're reducing that distance across to Loretto, but Loretto will take out the Schoolgirl Year 910C Coxed Quad event.
I think on the line they had about a length of clear water back to the Seymour College crew, but it was certainly reducing margin in those last few strokes, wasn't it?
That's right. Great rowing from Wolford and from Seymour in that last 250 to really narrow the gap.
And we've got Unley High and lane 3 just coming through to complete the field in that race. We should probably move on to race 52 in our schedule, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9-10B Cox Quad. And they're competing in this one for the Alison Smith Cup. And I don't believe we've had any late scratchings in this one, so we should have a full field of 8 boats. In lane 1, we will have Adelaide High. In lane 2, Pembroke School. In lane 3, Loretto Marriottville. In lane 4, Seymour College. In lane 5, Wolford Anglican. Lane 6, Wilderness School. Lane 7, Unley High. And lane 8, Norwood International. I don't think we've had a start quite yet, have we, Greg? Oh, yeah. Apologies. So it does look like we've had a few late crew changes in some of these crews as well, which makes it difficult to look at our form guide to know what we're looking at.
That's right. It is possible that the names that we've got, there may have been some late crew changes. But with these crews, it's been a really good start, a quite compressed field at this early stage in the Schoolgirl 9-10B Cox Quad. The last regatta we had, actually, Unley High won this one, and I think it was 9 seconds back to Wolford Anglican, second place.
Was that the West Lakes Regatta?
Yes.
Okay. I think in that one they all raced in sort of mixed categories. So the last one that they all raced in the same category was School Premiership 4, which was won by Loretto, but it was a very tight race with Wolford in that one. So I think the seedings will be done on the basis of the School Premiership regattas, it's my understanding.
Now, a very tight field at the moment, possibly Seymour College in lane 4 with the lead, but there's not much in it. Loretto Marriottville in lane 3.
So let's just read out those 2 crews. The Seymour College crew is Emily Gerard, Daisy Howard, Abigail Worm, Isabella Lease, coxed by Piper Fox. And Loretto Marriottville's crew is Charlotte Kernahan, Laura Fitzgerald, Lucy Hoskins, Eliza Hogg, coxed by Lucy Bell. The Wolford Anglican crew in lane 5 is Madeline Lucas, Mia Spears. Then I think there's a change to Hayward, Georgia Morton, Molly Moore as their cox.
Still a very tight field, and I'd keep an eye on Unley High in lane 7. Ella Lillybridge, Linnea Falk, Maddie Amos, Amelia Golding, and Addison McLeod as the cox.
You're absolutely right. They're totally up there, aren't they, with the leaders? Good to see.
And it is shaking out as a battle between those 3 crews at this stage. So
I have to admit a bit of bias here. I have been helping with the Pembroke School crew in lane 2, and they'll kill me if I don't shout out their names. So that's Adele Karachi, Rosa Hasabi, Charlotte Ross, Emily Philpott, coxed by Ella Mack.
But keep an eye on Seymour College, lane 4, Wolford Anglican, lane 5, and Unley High in lane 7. They're the crews vying for first place as we come down through the 750 mark. They're coming down through that open water. I would say it's anybody's race at this stage.
I think you're right, though, that Seymour, Loretto, and possibly Unley battling for those top 3 places.
That's right, in the battle now, but I think it's between Loretto and Seymour with Unley High perhaps just behind them. Hard to call. Anybody's race at this stage?
The way we've seen those Loretto crews whine for the line, I wouldn't put anything past them.
No, that's right. This is going to be a absolutely ding-dong battle. As we come down, perhaps Seymour College at the moment in lane 4, just in front of Loretto Marriottville in lane 3, and Unley High in lane 7 on the outside as they come down towards the 250 mark. What are the crews going to do?
I'd say Loretto have picked up the
Loretto have picked up the rating, and they may have pulled out in front of Seymour. Can Seymour respond and lift their rating and pull through? But Loretto have definitely lifted their rating up now. They're taking it to the line.
Seymour are definitely not giving up.
So this is a battle between Loretto and Seymour. Seymour have lifted their rating. What's going to happen now? It's anybody's race. Seymour College, Loretto Marriottville, stroke for stroke as they come to the line, and Loretto may have just pulled out in front by half a canvas. Can Seymour respond as they go down to the line? What a great race in the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 B Cox Quads. It's Loretto, it's Seymour.
It's Loretto, I
It's
think.
Loretto just pulling out. The
Almost
lookers
half a
they've
length.
just pulled out in front, and Loretto will take out the schoolgirl year 9-10 B Cox Quad. What a great race.
From Seymour, and they're followed over the line by Unley High. And then Wilderness, it looks like, will take out 4th position just ahead of my Pembroke girls, who I think will finish in 5th. Or was that Wolford Anglican going over?
And Nord Morialta.
Nord Morialta, Nord
In-
International.
Nord International in lane 8.
And then Adelaide High just coming through to finish the field. What an exciting race.
What a
for
great
the
race.
B-Cox squad. Makes
Wow.
me think the A-Cox squad that we're going to see a lot later, it's going to be interspersed with
Absolutely.
the senior finals.
Well, yes, that's right.
That's going to be a fun race.
It is. There's some outstanding rowers in the schoolgirl year 9-10A.
Absolutely.
Some great crews to look out
I
for
think we
there.
might have some vested interest in that race, don't we, Greg?
That's right. But look, talent.
We're on different sides.
That's right. But it's great to see. Look, the schoolgirl year 9-10 competition is so strong this year, and there's so much depth. So we saw great crews there, really racing through for this final. Now, of course, the final of the year 9-10 A Cox Quad is being held later this afternoon. So this now moves us on to race 53, the schoolboy second 4. It's a 2,000 metre race. And there are 2 crews in this, both of whom are... Oh, no, I've just found out the St Peter's College third 4 has scratched. That was Joshua Cooper, Henry Sawyers, Lachlan Bell, Charlie Silcock, and Tim Silcock as a Cox have scratched, and that leaves us 1 crew in the schoolboys second 4, so I presume it's going to be a row over to the St Peter's College crew of Isaac Johnson, Dakota Gordon, Tom Edwards, Murphy. No, I think they've changed this to Colborne, Johnson, Edwards, White, and the Cox Rosenbuilds. So quite a few changes from the original program. Perhaps they've had some COVID, maybe they've had to shift things around, but quite a different...
I think there have been so many changes. We're trying to keep on top of them in the commentary, but we do apologise if we get anyone's name wrong. It's like trying to herd cats, really,
That's
trying
right.
to read this program at the moment.
So I presume that it's going to be a row over, but we'll see coming down in lane 5 the St Peter's College crew of Colborne, Johnson, Edwards, White, and Cox Rosenbuilds, and that'll be in the schoolboy second 4. It's a 2,000 metre
That is
race.
a completely different crew, isn't it?
It is. It's yes, but then look, the school programs have had a lot of challenges.
Yeah. We may find some of those boys have gone into up into the first 4 or into
Yes,
one of the
that's right.
8s
Yes, that's
to
right.
fill gaps left by illness,
Yeah, indeed.
injury.
Indeed, we've seen that throughout the season where no examples where the first and second 8s have had PCR tests on the morning of a regatta, and suddenly they've dropped out, and so they've had to pull year 10 rowers up into the second 8, for example, and move the second 8 up in the first 8. So these are the things that we have to do during a time of COVID. So...
It's a shame not to see a race in this one. I was looking forward to seeing the St Peter's third crew because I don't think they've been tested. They didn't appear in the school premiership regatta last time, so would have been fun for them to have their first race on the head of the river. That's
right, and we are talking about the depth of the programs, and we've seen a number of schools, really strengthening rowing within their ranks, and St Peter's always traditionally been a very strong crew.
I think when I was calling the regatta last week, I was amazed that there was a St Peter's College 15 in one of the quad events. Which just to have that depth is amazing.
Yeah, it's great. It says a lot for the program, not just the quality of the program, but the culture to be able to keep that many rowers interested. And it'd be great to see that across many of the other schools as well. I know how difficult it can be for a number of different schools to keep those programs going. But just calling out the strength and depth of the St Peter's College program. So I think at the moment, the weather's just great for the head of the river at the moment. It's about 30 degrees down here, mostly clear. The wind has moved around. It's a little bit more coming in slightly from the north, which is a little bit unusual. We're used to having tailwinds in these events, and that's quite different. because we've got that wind coming in from sort of more northerly, that actually can advantage different crews. You know, when you've got a tailwind, the lighter crews can get a bit of an advantage. But with a headwind, of course, the race is longer, and so it really advantages the very, very strong crews and the very fit crews because the races go longer. And for those crews where they tend to be, their race plan is to come at the leaders in the last sort of 250, 300. Sometimes we've seen in some of those races, and I'm thinking now of the first day in particular, where POC's had a particularly strong finish and in a number of occasions has sort of run out of room to be able to catch the St. Peter's crew. When you've got the headwind and it's a slower race, that also advantages that particular strategy if you can maintain the strength because you've got longer to do that catch-up. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, hopefully the wind won't affect the competition as much as it did perhaps last year when we had the strong easterly and we had to get all the lanes revised for the finals. So often if we have a wind blowing across the course from left to right as you look at the live stream, then we have to adjust the seeded lanes to favour those the boats with the best seeding and put them over on the other side. But to my knowledge, we haven't had to make those plans this time.
No, the winds. I don't think the wind's
really
not
a factor.
It's not going to affect. It's only about 15 kilometres an hour. In fact, as I look out there, despite what Bob's telling me, I think it's probably more westerly than anything at the moment. So that's
certainly from the flag directions. But
so if you're looking at this on the live broadcast, as you're looking down the course, that means the wind is coming from the right-hand side and moving across to the left-hand side of the course. Now, it does appear as though we've had a start in race 53, the schoolboys second four. As we said, we had a scratching from lane 4 from the St. Peter's College third crew, and we can see the St. Peter's College crew of Colborne, Johnson, Edwards and White with Cox Rosenbilds coming down the course at this stage. Now, of course, they are the only crew in this race, so you'd expect that they would not have to race it and not have to take the rating too high.
You never know, though. They might have been told to go for a time.
True. We'll just see how they're going. At the moment, they're racing well, not rating too high, just taking it steady down the course.
While we're watching them coming down the course, we'll just make a shout out to one of our sponsors for today, the University of South Australia. And all rowers, please be advised, you can head to the UniSA Health Van today on the lawns near the club rooms for free physiotherapy services such as wrist and thumb taping, hamstring length testing, muscle stretching, massage and advice. So if you're tempted, if you've had a race and you're feeling a bit tight, head on over to the UniSA tent and they may be able to sort you out.
And as we're looking at this race 53 schoolboy second four, we can see the St. Peter's crew coming down the course, but they're not taking it too easy. They're rating about 33.
I had a feeling they wouldn't take it easy. I think I get the impression that program never takes anything easy.
No, I think you're probably right there.
I also have one other exciting announcement from UniSA. They've got a $500 Sunglass Hut gift card available to win. Enter the UniSA 100th Year of Head of the River competition by visiting unisa.edu.au/HOR-win or head over to the UniSA stand near the club rooms. And who doesn't need a new pair of sunglasses on a day like this? So that St. Peter's College crew is just passing the hotel now, around 500 metres from the finish. Certainly putting on a very strong performance for a second four. So St. Peter's have got a first eight, a second eight, a first four and a second four enter today. So So a huge senior squad.
As you say, not taking this too easily. As they come down to the 250 mark, it's St Peter's coming down the course. They were rating at 34. They've just lifted it now, so they're taking this race very, very seriously. They're going to finish strongly and just show us what they can do. It's definitely lifting. You can see they're putting the legs on now and getting that extra run on the boat. Rating at 33, 34. So well done to the St Peter's College crews. They come down to the line of Isaac Johnson, Dakota Gordon, Tom Edwards, Murphy Eaton and Henry Sawyers as the cocks. Well done, a strong win to take the title of the schoolboy second four. This brings us to the schoolboy first four event. In lane 1, we have Norwood Morialta High. Lane 2, Adelaide High. Lane 3, Unley High. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College. Lane 5, St Peter's College. Lane 6, Christian Brothers. Lane 7, St Ignatius. And Lane 8, Pulteney Grammar. We have time at the moment. I'll read out the rowers in each of those crews. So Norwood High in lane 1, Alexander Alship, Patry Partridge, Adiata Suganandan, Ronan Harding and E. Hedge as the cocks. Lane 2, Adelaide High, Nathaniel Lomas, Charlie Rutty, Noah Buxton, Nicholas Palmer, and Lachlan Kelly as the cocks. Lane 3, Unley High, Joseph Neat, Hayden Dalbnier, Mitchell Luscombe, Jasper Boyce and Emma Dalbnier as the cocks. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College, Angus Rickard Bell, James Tye, Jake Hamoud, Jack Miller, Remy Worthington as the cocks. Lane 5, St Peter's College, Fraser Connell, Xavier Van Ugen, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Hugo Worm and Thomas Whiteman. Lane 6, Christian Brothers, Jordan Wilson, Oscar Bishop, Harrison Lohman, Cooper O'Loughlin, Michael Henley as the cocks. Lane 7, St Ignatius, Finn McCormack, Isaac Munsberg, Henry Moulds, Pietro Totani, Olivia Heffernan as the cocks. And Lane 8, Pulteney Grammar, Ross Koutsonis, Ethan Mendeldu, Nicholas Livesey and Jacob McKinley with Arlo Jarman as the cocks. So a full field in the schoolboy first four event.
You just reminded me with that slip there that I need to go and vote.
That's right. I managed to do it just before we came down here, actually, but that's right. If you do remember, the polling booths are open until 6 o'clock today, so there will still be time at the end of this event to go out and vote.
I'm hoping so, because I certainly didn't fit that in this morning.
Now, this is going to be a hard-fought race. I know the last regatta, and you may have the figures from the last school series, but St Peter's College won that event convincingly. You know, that was actually to Unley High, though. They actually beat them by about 19 seconds, or that's a convincing margin. And then through to the St Peter's College 2 crew. Now, I presume the St Peter's College 2 crew is actually the one that we just saw race.
I would imagine, although there were a lot of changes in that crew.
Yes, that's true.
So it was a bit confusing with the last West Lakes regatta. They had a choice of which categories to enter, so they could enter a second grade or a schoolboy. So some of the crews will have been quite different. The previous one, where they actually entered in their first four crews, would have been the School Premiership Series 4. And it makes me think we could have a ding-dong battle here again between St Peter's and PAC.
Yes. Well, that's the traditional rivalry, isn't it, that we often see out here.
Absolutely. So the conditions are a bit different, I think, than they were on that day, but it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. And looking at the live stream, they have got a start. Lovely to have a camera down on the start. We can really see the action right from the beginning.
All right, and that's a different view, of course, looking across from the other side, across the field. But it looks as though it's the St Peter's crew leading the field.
They have had a very good start there.
So St Peter's College in lane 5.
While we wait for them to get close enough for us to see them, just a quick reminder about mask wearing. Mask wearing is required indoors and recommended in areas of congestion or where you're unable to socially distance outdoors. Please keep 1.5 metres apart, especially when you're queuing for anything, and please follow safe hygiene practices. So wash your hands frequently or use antibacterial gel when you can. There are COVID marshals on site if you've got any questions.
We're looking at here as well, the St Peter's College seems to be leading, but just look at St Ignatius across in lane 7. They also seem to be rowing very well and up there. There's a way back to the PAC. They seem to have fallen off the pace at the moment. In fact, Unley High seem to have them in lane 3. So not a strong start from the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 4. But the leaders, St Peter's College in lane 5 of Fraser Connell, Xavier Van Ugen, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Hugo Worm and Thomas Whiteman as the cocks, currently leading the schoolboy first 4 event.
I think just looking at the programme on our screens, there may have been some crew changes in that PAC crew. So Garnet, so it's Rickard Bell, Garnet, Obst and Ty, coxed by Worthington. Where we had, so they've had 2 crew changes from what was
yeah, that's right. So Jack Miller might have moved up into the second 8, very possibly. So
again,
so
we don't know
what's going on. That's right. So that does, of course, so the combinations of the crews, moving them around can have quite a difference on the crew,
especially in a 4.
Yes, absolutely. But what we do see here is a very strong performance by the St Peter's College crew in lane 5. Unley High crew in lane 3, pushing up there. I think possibly challenging for second position. And Adelaide High, not too far off the pace in lane 2. But the St Peter's College crew in lane 5 seem to have pushed out in front at the moment and established a clear lead. I'd then say to Unley High, the Unley High crew of Joseph Neat, Hayden Dobnier, Mitchell Luscombe, Jasper Boyce, and Emma Dalbnier as the cocks.
Nice to see they're keeping it in the family in that boat. I presume that's a brother-sister combination. She'll enjoy having an excuse to shout at him, no doubt.
We can just see in the live stream the Nord International crew in lane 1 and the Adelaide High crew. Now we're panning across to the Unley High crew, the Prince Alfred College crew behind them. Now across to the St Ignatius crew in lane 7 and Pulteney Grammar behind them in lane 8. But it remains the St Peter's College crew in lane 5 with Clearwater rowing strongly. It's going to be very difficult for Unley High to be able to catch them. Unley High have lifted their rating though. And they've got clear water, so it looks as though the first and second places are clear.
The third is far from established at this point.
That's right. There's a real battle on for third place. And it's going to be interesting to see how close the Unley High crew, because they are closing in on that St Peter's crew. Look at them. They've really lifted and really moving that boat very, very well through the water at the moment. Chasing down St Peter's, rating higher, but I think St Peter's can see them. They've just lifted their rating now, picked it up. They're not going to let anyone get near them. They are going to take this race. They're saying this is ours. The schoolboy first 4 is ours for St Peter's College. But look at that Unley High crew, rowing very strong, rowing very well, taking it down to the line. But they won't have enough water to be able to catch the St Peter's crew, so it is going to be St Peter's schoolboy first 4, followed by the Unley High crew in lane 3. And a real battle now on for third place.
Adelaide High. Is that Adelaide High?
Adelaide High, that's right. Adelaide High looks as though in the front. PAC is lifting to challenge them. And look at St Ignatius in lane 7. Finn McCormack, Isaac Munsberg, Henry Fold, Pietro Totani, Oliver Heffernan. Look at them lifting in lane 7.
But I think Adelaide High are just going to take it.
Adelaide High have just
3/4
taken it.
of a length.
And PAC have pushed through just to get in front. But what great rowing from the St Ignatius crew and the rest of the field. St Ignatius, Norwood International. A great field there, but the win to St Peter's College in the schoolboy first 4. That brings us to race 55, the schoolgirl first 4 B final.
No, actually the B final and A final have been consolidated. It's a straight final for the schoolgirl first 4. We had a couple of scratching, I think, which meant that we didn't do heats, so we're straight into the A final. And just reading the crews, we've got St Peter's Girls, Owler, Medcraft, Evans, Malik, coxed by Oswald in lane 1. In lane 2, Norwood International, Picula, Norris, Harris, Adler, coxed by Papa. In lane 3, from Unley High, Gord, Charters, Murphy, Altus, coxed by Lilybridge. In lane 4, from Pembroke School, Sky Mumford, Ebony Blackburn, Claire Rogers, Lucy Townsend, coxed by Lexi Reynolds. In lane 5, from Loreto Marriotteville, we've got Lang, Tenney, Lynch, Johansson, coxed by Catich. In lane 6, from St Ignatius, Rosser, Thomas, Graham, Kavanagh, coxed by Kirvin. In lane 7, from Seymour, Andrews, Finlayson, Barlow, Bodycut, coxed by Webster. And in lane 8, from Scotch College, Lyons, Howard, Mould, Schultz, coxed by Jeffries.
And so what are your thoughts on this race? I would have thought that Pembroke would be competitive for this one.
I hope so. Loreto have been making very good times as well in this division, so I would expect the seedings to be pretty accurate here. I'd expect it to come out in that formation, but you just never know.
That's right. Well, the way they seed it, for people who don't know, is typically your fastest crew, your fastest seeded crew is in lane 4, and then second and third seeded are either side of them, so you would then hope to see the race
absolutely come down in an arrow formation.
An arrow formation, that's right.
But this year in particular, we've only had the 2 school premiership regattas. One was way back last year sometime, so we haven't really got as much of a form guide as we'd normally hope to have at this stage of the season. In school premiership series 4, Loreto got the win in this category from Pembroke, and then back to Pulteney. I'll express my bias that I'd really like to see the Pembroke girls take this one on.
Well, that's right, given your association with the club. But yeah, I think what we're going to see is a really, really strong field. Now, this is a 2,000 metre race for the schoolgirl first 4.
And the girls are racing here for the Diana Medlin Cup, Diana Medlin being a previous principal of Pembroke School. So it would be appropriate if Pembroke could bring out the win.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so we're just waiting for a start in that race. The crew's lining up.
While we wait for that start, Rowing SA would just like to thank our amazing boat race officials and all our other volunteers for their hard work to make this event happen. If you'd like to volunteer at any of our regattas or know more about becoming a volunteer, please contact the office. We're always looking for more volunteers down here. Sport would not continue without them. So this race was scheduled to start at 1. It may be because we've had the consolidation into just one final that we're now running a little bit ahead of time. I'm not sure whether they're going to delay the start of this one so that we get back on schedule, in which case we may have 10 minutes to the start because the A final was scheduled to be at 1 p.m.
That's right. So you're talking about the boat race officials, absolutely critical. If anyone is interested in being part of these events, of course our boat race officials are volunteers and we rely on them absolutely. There are many roles, including obviously being out with the boats and holding the boats, judges and umpires. So if you are interested in being involved, please let Rowing South Australia know. I'm sure they'd be very keen to hear from you. It's a great community too. I know the culture amongst the boat race officials is very supportive. It's a great way to support your sport. So if you're interested in becoming a boat race official, please let Rowing South Australia know, and I'm sure they can find a role for you. They provide training in those various roles. But just a shout out to our great boat race officials. Without you, we would not have regattas.
It does look as if they're going to be holding the start of this one until 1 p.m. just to get us back on schedule.
So the next race that we have, given that we've got the schoolgirl first four event, and that'll be followed by the schoolboys second 8, schoolgirls second 8, and then I think we talked about it before, the schoolgirl Year 9 10A Coxed Quad final.
Yeah. Now the last time I looked at that, the new lane draw was not yet up on online, but let me just see whether that's come through now, so that we can complete our programs and hope to get everybody's name right when we come to it. Yep, so those lane draws are now up online.
Well, it is a beautiful day down here at the Alex Ramsey course at West Lakes. As we said before, the weather is just beautiful. The light winds coming in. I think we've got a westerly side breeze. It was a little bit of a northerly before, but I think it's swung around more to the more traditional winds coming in from the west. And perhaps now, just looking at the flags out the front of the commentary position, that more traditional, slight sort of southerly cross breeze. So that would be conditions that the rowers here would be very, very familiar with. And if you look out in the course, pretty clear weather. So I don't think that anyone is going to be particularly advantaged by particular lanes at this stage. As you say, and in some of the previous races where they actually had to shift the lane draw around, where normally you would have the first ranked crew in lane 4. In fact, they shifted them across more to the easterly because of that strong cross breeze was advantaging the lanes sort of 6, 7 and 8. But today, I think there isn't that advantage. All pretty good rowing conditions across all lanes.
I'm getting text messages from a number of parents saying they're very pleased to be watching this on the live stream because a number of them are isolating with their children.
Yes.
So if you are at home and missing out on this event, we really feel for you. We'd love to have you here and love to see you back here next year when we hope we will be past the worst of these restrictions, possibly.
The Head of the River, I think it's the premier school sport event for the year. For those people who haven't been down here in the past, if your children or grandchildren are rowing for the first or second time, when it's opened up, this is the place to be. It's absolutely heaving, which is, I guess, one of the reasons why we can't be doing that with those close contacts. So just those scenes of the beaches are absolutely massed with school kids, and in the water as well, mobbing the crews, and the pipes and drums everywhere. It's sheer chaos. But
even now you can feel the excitement as we see all the 8s getting on the water for the first time. So really great to see the numbers down there and the crews, the younger kids supporting the senior athletes.
Well, that's right. It's a real school event, isn't it? And I don't know if you probably can't hear over the mics, but we've got the Scotch College pipes and drums out there, and they're piping in their 8. And we'll often get the Seymour pipes and drums down there. In fact, I can see the Seymour pipes and drums. I heard the Scotch College pipes and drums earlier.
Are they in the dark green kilts over on
that's
the
right.
lawn?
The Black Watch. That's the Black Watch tartan that they're wearing.
That's fabulous, isn't it? So they form an honour guard for the 8 to move down to the water.
That's right.
Oh, how fantastic!
That's right. And different schools have their own, particular traditions to welcome the first eights.
Which school is it that usually brings the drums?
I know that Seymour has the pipes and drums.
Okay.
I can just see the pipers out there today, but I've seen the pipes and drums, and Scotch, of course. Scotch have got pipes and drums. But in the past, I've also seen, and I think associated with Unley High, the didgeridoo, and other things. So look, it's about the atmosphere. It's just it's very positive. Rowing is such a fantastic sport. It's great for both the men's and the women's events, where they can mix together and compete at a really senior level. I mean, the standard that we see at the head of the river is competitive with anywhere across Australia. In fact, I'd actually say in the last few years I've seen the standard across rowing in South Australia really lift at all levels, including the masters levels. And whilst we're talking about masters, you're saying that a number of the parents are watching from home. Well, my message to you is don't watch it, do it. So there's plenty of opportunities, whether you have rowed before or whether you're one of those rowers who thinks back about their experience with the head of the river. And I hear so many parents go, I remember when I rowed in the head of the river. And I say, yes, well, you can now.
And it's the one sport where it's an advantage to get older because you get more of a head start.
I know, that's right. I looked forward to my 55th birthday because it gave me a few more seconds on the water. But you can come back. We see a lot of people coming back, in their late 40s or, early 50s when they start to have a little bit more time and they're sort of looking to be a little bit more active. And this is such a fantastic sport, particularly for the older rowers because, it's a whole body sport. It's challenging, but it doesn't have that impact.
Exactly
so,
right.
Even if you've got some of those old injuries, and you can come at any level. We have people in the rowing community who come in with Learn to Row. And there are lots of Learn to Row programs at many locations. Torrens, certainly Riverside has a very strong masters program. No excuse. If you're sitting back there watching, you too can be rowing. So just reach out to one of those clubs. I'm sure they would love to have you down there and be part of their Learn to Row program. Or if you're one of those parents remembering their heyday when they rowed in Head of the River, it can be again. It can be again. You can go from anywhere from Learn to Row. And on Saturdays at the rowing, we see many rowers out here in the Masters who are also sort of national and international champions in their particular fields too. So this is not just just a social sport. You can row it socially, whatever level is right for you. There is a place for you everywhere from Learn to Row, mums and bubs just sort of getting together and rowing down the Toms. Yeah, well, I mean,
I'd like to see that.
Well, I don't think the bubs do the actual rowing, but I think some of the parents with young children.
There are a lot of bubs at Westlakes right at the moment. In the coaching community, I'm not quite sure what they're putting in the water, but there's certainly a lot of babies down here.
Yes, that's right. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that even if you're a mother with a child, they're finding that is a way they can row. It's a chance to get away and do something, and either put the kids into daycare for a while and still get out rowing, or bring the kids with you and someone looks after them. But what I'm saying is, even when you've got young children, right? You say, "Oh, I can't do it." No excuse.
No, you can still do it.
You can still do it. That's right. So
and you were talking about the atmosphere. We should probably just also thank Wolford, our host school for today, who've put on an absolutely fantastic event in the midst of all these strict restrictions. This is the 100th anniversary of Head of the River, and there's no question that Wolford have done an excellent job putting together this event under challenging conditions.
Here. My daughter was telling me she loves the merch.
Oh,
down here.
The rugby top. If anyone can get me a rugby top, because I think they're sold out.
Oh yeah, she managed to get a rugby top. She went in early and she ordered it. It's fantastic. It's one of the best.
It's just brilliant.
Tops. And apparently, I'm told, the hoodies are very cool too. So if you
I think that there is probably still some merch left in the tent if people want to buy now.
I'm just looking down now. At the merch for Head of the River. So if you haven't had a chance to go down and actually have a look at the merch that's been organised, try it out. Great Head of the River merchandise this year, and it's being sold through the Regatta shop. And I know that Wolford's had a role in.
The designs I think are done by the host school. So
yes, that's right.
They've really done an absolutely fantastic job. I wish I knew all the names of their organising committee because they've been tireless in putting this together today. Okay, we're going to move on because we have got a start in the A final of the schoolgirl first four. And it does look like Loretto have had a very strong start in lane 5. Followed probably, I think, by Pembroke in lane 4 at this stage. But that's what's early days. They've only just come off the start. So we were originally going to have heats and finals of this one, but I think, I'm not sure whether it was the Wildy crew or a Wolford crew maybe scratched out of this, which meant that it's been consolidated and we've just got a straight final.
Yeah, well, certainly we know that the Wilderness has had a real challenge with COVID that's gone through the school, which is a great shame because it's a great rowing school.
The results this morning, I think, show just the strength and depth in that program. I can just see Scotch coming into view on the left-hand side from our commentary position, but it does look like the action is in the middle lane, I think.
Yes.
That Loretto crew looks to be marginally ahead of the Pembroke crew. Just looking at the blade colours, Pembroke have the dark green.
Yes, lane 5, which is Loretto Marriotteville, look to have the lead at the moment. But it's hard to call then between between Pembroke School in lane 4 and St Ignatius in lane 6.
Yeah, but I agree with that. And even Unley High in lane 3 are not far off the pace. As we all know, though, it's that middle K that kills you in these 2,000 metre races.
It does. But look at the Scotch College crew in lane 8. You know, they've really come out very, very strong in this first half of the race. Reminder that this is a 2,000 metre race for the schoolgirl first 4.
Yep, so Scotch do indeed look very strong over on the far side.
It's the Scotch College crew of Lyons, Howard, Mould and Schultz with Jeffries as their cocks.
I'd say the Loretto crew in the middle still has it over them, and then it's back to Scotch. And I couldn't pick between Pembroke and Iggy's, I don't think, at this stage.
Now Pembroke in lane 4 and St Ignatius in lane 6. Well, yes, I think you're right. It's shaping up to be a battle at the moment between Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5 and Scotch College in lane 8. I think Loretto Marriotteville are putting on the speed now. They're pulling away from the other crews on either side of them, of Pembroke in lane 4 and St Ignatius in lane 6.
Yes, as they come into past the 500 metre mark.
Yes, I'd say Loretto to Scotch and then possibly Pembroke. So I think this whilst Loretto appear to have the lead at the moment as we come down, I wouldn't like to call second place.
No.
And
well, I would. I'd like to call it in favour of Pembroke, but whether I can.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But the race isn't over as they come down through that open water section. The question is, can Scotch or Pembroke lift? And looking at Unley High in lane 3, Unley High are lifting and challenging Pembroke in lane 4.
The angles make it tricky, but at this stage I'd say it's Loretto leading over Scotch, back to Pembroke. Loretto have been strong performers in this boat class all season. Scotch are a bit of a surprise.
This
Possibly.
this is Head of the River. That's what it's all about. Head of the River, anything can happen. The mighty can fall, and we've seen that.
There's a lot of excitement down on the beach.
And Pembroke, you can see, have lifted. But Loretto seem to have it at the moment. They're rating very high too.
I've been watching Tom out on the water with his girls this week, just getting them up at some
That's right.
scary ratings.
Well, they look as though they might be tiring a little, but they are maintaining such a high rate at the moment that it's moving the boat out, and they've got enough clear water. In fact, they are going to take this out. It's going to be very hard to catch. But what's going to be happening now between Scotch and Pembroke? Pembroke are lifting, challenging Scotch, coming in. So at the moment, Scotch is in the second position. As Loretto come down, and they will take out this schoolgirl first four. But the second position, it's between Scotch and look at Pembroke flying down the field. Flying down. Have they got enough time to catch Scotch as they're coming closer and closer? But Scotch get across the line to Pembroke.
My goodness, by about quarter of a length back to Pembroke.
Followed by Unley High. But what a great comeback for both those two.
I think we've got a race
crews.
for that next position actually between St Ignatius and Unley High. Or is that Adelaide High? St Peter's Girls on this side.
Adelaide High, yes. So Unley High had come through, and St Ignatius and Adelaide High then battling out for the next position. And so Loretto for the schoolgirl first four, race 56. And that takes us to race 57.
In all that excitement, my wires got tangled up in your chair. I do apologise for all the clanging and banging.
That's okay. Oh, we have had a scratching. That's unfortunate. The St Peter's College 2 crew, which was in lane 3, has scratched. So we now have 4 crews. We have Prince Alfred College in lane 4, St Peter's College 1 in lane 5, Scotch College in lane 6, and St Peter's College 3 in lane 7. So I might just go off the revised names that we have here. Prince Alfred College, lane 4 of Lang Miller. That's Jack Miller, so it was right. They've got him, moved him up into the second 8. Well, he regularly does ride in the second 8. But Lang Miller, White, Hamoud, Katsaris, Commons, Gibson, Norton, and coxed by Hayden, with Andrew Stonewall as the coach. Lane 5, the St Peter's College 1 crew, because they have 2 crews in this race, of Carroll, Osborne, Fowler, Marshall, Van Ugen, Barone, Scott Young, Ritosa, and the cox is P. Scalzi. And in Bowden as their coach. Scotch College in lane 6, Atsikabasis, Walker, Rainbow, Ralph, Nilsson, Bennett, Tonkin, Christafi, and Cox Morner. And lane 7, St Peter's College 3, which is their second crew now, because of course the second crew is scratched. But we'll keep referring to them as St Peter's College 3, of Cooper, Sawyers, Marr, Gordon, Gregg, Sclatter, Silcock, Baggett, and Cox T. Browning, and coach S. Burton. Standard in this race is always very high. This is for the Woolman Trophy. So based on the positioning with St Peter's College 1 in lane 5, you'd expect them to...
I'm expecting a close race on the basis of the last Premiership regatta, which saw only about a second and a half in it between St Peter's and PAC. But with the crew changes, we never quite know whether that's going to play out in these finals.
Well, I think regardless, you see in these sorts of races, no St Peter's crew wants to let any water go to a PAC crew, and likewise, there's nothing left out there on the water when you see these two schools line up against each other. So you're absolutely right. We're going to see a real race at the moment, but it's great that St Peter's College once again has got that depth to be able to have 2 8 crews in the schoolboy second 8 race.
Well, we share, don't share training facilities, but the location of our training camps is on the Finnis River, and we're very close to where Saints boat out of. And it always amazes me to see how many 8s they can get on the water during their camps even. So certainly got a lot of rowers on their squad. all fighting for places in these top boats.
So once again, a reminder, Lane 4, Prince Alfred College, Lane 5, St Peter's College 1, Lane 6, Scotch College, and Lane 7, St Peter's College 3. And we've had a start in the race. In race 57, the schoolboy second eights. And PAC look as though they've had a very good start, along with St Peter's College. So it's Prince Alfred College in lane 4 and St Peter's College in lane 5. But PAC have come out with a very fast start, which is very encouraging for them. And those two crews look as though they're pulling away from the field even now with that very fast start. And PAC, I'm just checking my rate meter at the moment. They're rating 43 at the moment. It looks fast, and I'm going, wow.
My goodness. That is the trend somewhat at the moment, isn't it? Those really high ratings, particularly in lighter crews.
Yeah, and first, particularly in those sort of first 10 strokes as you go, because, aerobically, they sort of say the first 10 strokes you get for free because you're oxygenated and you just really put it in there. And you do see in that elite level.
There's really nothing between those two crews.
No, that's right.
At this stage.
But St Peter's College have lifted and the race has settled down a little bit now. St Peter's College is rating slightly lower, but they've pulled out in front of the Prince Alfred College crew by about half a length.
So St Peter's are defending this title. It looks to me like they've won it for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So this will be really going for glory here. And they're rowing slightly cleaner than the PAC crew, who may be coming a little bit hard into the catch at the moment. But those two crews are going to be fighting it out all the way down to the finishing line. But they have pushed out well in front of the other crews. So it looks to be St Peter's College in lane 5 to Prince Alfred College in lane 4, followed by Scotch College in lane 6, and then St Peter's College 3 in lane 7. But it is, as you said, it's a 2,000 metre race, so you have a fast start. That doesn't mean that you can maintain that, and different crews have different strategies. Some go hard early just to get out in front of the field to be able to see them and sit there, and there is certainly that advantage from a tactical perspective. If you can see the other crews, just psychologically it's just so much easier. And particularly in an 8, once it's very hard to change the speed of a big boat, not like a single scull or something where you can put on a sudden turn of speed. In these boats, if you get ahead, I think someone was saying statistically, if you're ahead at 1,000 metres, you're likely, statistically, you're most likely to win the race. And the crews are approaching or just past the 1,000 metre mark. So let's see if those statistics hold true. Who would you like to call ahead at this stage? Well, I would say it's St Peter's to Prince Alfred College. And they may even, by looking at that, they may even have, or at least a length on them. Well, that's hard to catch up over that distance. Not impossible, of course, depending on how PAC can wind up. But they have let the St Peter's College crew, who's, you can see that strong, that long and strong. They're getting really good length, the St Peter's crew. Yeah, so certainly it does look like it's St Peter's College, back to Prince Alfred College, and then back to Scotch. So the lovely primary colours of those three schools. And St Peter's are rating about 38, so this is, this is really sort of competitive. That's where you'd want it to be at this sort of top level. You'd imagine many of these athletes would be Year 11 students, possibly the more junior side of the senior program, and they'll all be challenging for those spots in the first eight next year. That's right, absolutely. But St Peter's have pulled out to a commanding lead. Their rating is about the same as Prince Alfred College at 38. They seem to be getting a little bit more boat run. Perhaps a bit stronger through the water. But they've got a commanding lead. St Peter's College of Carroll, Osborne, Fowler, Marshall, Van Ugen, Baroni, Scott Young, Ratosa and Cox P. Scalzi
are leading, have got a clear lead in this schoolboy second 8, racing for the Wallman Trophy.
Could have a fight on over on the far side for the third place there.
I think so.
St Peter's 2, is that, or St Peter's 3 have lifted their rating. But there's no doubt here, barring a horrible accident, of who the winner is.
Oh no, they've lifted to 40, so they're just racing. St Peter's College are just racing this through the last 250, going for a strong time, pulling away from the Prince Alfred College crew, finishing very, very strongly as they come down to the 150. Great rowing there from the St Peter's College schoolboy second 8.
That is beautifully synchronised for a second 8 crew.
That's rowing
Would
very,
not
very
look
well.
out of place in the first 8 division.
Great rowing. And we'll see here now the Prince Alfred College crew coming through. But it is St Peter's College who have taken out the schoolboy second 8.
And it looks like Scotch have held off the challenge from that St Peter's 3 crew.
And Prince Alfred College crossed the line to come in second. Now Only High are not letting Scotch get away. They're continuing to race this through.
That's St Peter's College 3 crew over on the far side. Scotch
yes.
coming over to take the third spot.
Scotch College followed by the St Peter's College 3 crew. Crossing the line now in the schoolboy second 8. That's right. Miscalled that there, yes, of course, the St Peter's College 3 crew. So great rowing there. Well done to the St Peter's College 1 crew who won the schoolboy second 8 and took out the Wallman Trophy. This brings us to race 58, the schoolgirls second 8.
Okay, so let's just double check that we haven't had any unfortunate late scratchings in this one. No, it looks like we've got the full field of 4 boats in this one. So in lane 3, we have Wilderness School. In lane 4, Scotch College. In lane 5, Seymour College. And in lane 6, Wolford Anglican. And I'm just going to read the crews off the screen because there may have been some changes here, so apologies, it's only surnames. We've got for Wilderness School, G, Balestrin, Roy, and Al-Khatani. Quick, Ho, Alvarez, Kushta, Coxby, Karacha. Scotch College, Ravel, Ratcliffe, Davis, Ryan Kane, Ifold, Corley, Gunn, Seppelt, Coxby, Venus. Seymour College, Grudnoff, Felderhoff, Schwartz, Shearer, Malingray, Arnold, Manifold, Linton, Coxby, Arban. And for Wolford Anglican, Bridgman, Westwood, Fragos, Luton, Taylor, Stewart, Bridgman, Lindner, and Paps Burford as their cocks.
So it looks like there haven't been many changes in that.
Not too many changes? Oh, good.
So that means that they will have their...
so we probably can look at the form guide then in that case. So in the previous school premiership series, Seymour were the outstanding performer in this category, but it was pretty close. And I think there have been some crew changes since school premiership series 4, so I'm not sure how reliable that is as a precedent.
Well, I think interestingly in the last schools regatta, they had 2 of their year 10s in their second 8. So in this race, they'll actually have their regular crew back in the...
Is that in the Seymour?
In the Seymour College.
Oh, you've got the inside knowledge.
Mm.
Yeah, I did see there were a couple of changes there.
So, yes, so Seymour would be the favourite for this event. But once again, as we said, this is head of the river. So the mighty do fall. And previous form is an indication, but it's not a guarantee for these events.
So these girls are racing for the Adelaide High School Centenary Trophy. So as I said before, this is the centenary of the Head of the River. And Adelaide High was one of the original schools. I think it was a challenge between St Peter's College and Adelaide High that led to the creation of the Head of the River, obviously originally on the Torrens, but now on this beautiful regatta course down here. The second 8 has been quite a competitive category for the girls over the last few years. So Seymour won it last year, they're defending champions, but Wolford had a run of wins prior to that, so it'd be interesting to see what happens this year.
Yeah, it's great to see the standard in the second 8, so it's not like a second class. This is just, there's depth in these schools, so they've got 16 great rowers. You can't put them all in the same boat. But as a result of that, we see some great rowers here and some great crews. And of course, as you pointed out earlier, year 11. So this is typically it's populated
Yeah,
by
it can be a development crew week.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, and some
And often year 10s
Year
get pulled
10s,
up
that's
into
right.
it as well.
That's
I mean,
right.
in an ideal world, you keep the year 10s sculling because it's just better for their physical development to keep on a
Yes.
2-oared boat rather than a 1-oared boat, which tends to send them off to one side.
Yes, that's right. So typically the schoolgirl second eights will be, in the majority, populated by year 11s.
Yep.
And so whilst you will have some year 11s actually rowing up in the first eight, that's
Absolutely.
possible too.
Yep.
It's an interesting indication of form for the following year. Not an absolute predictor, but it's interesting to see that depth as the crews move from the year 11 up into the year 12 and vying for the first 8 crew. And we've had a start in race 58, schoolgirl second 8.
Hard to pick at this point.
It is hard to pick at this early stage.
It's a fairly even start, I would say.
Yeah, it's a very strong start at the moment. If anything, the Seymour crew may have dropped back a little and had a slightly slow start, but it looks as though they've lifted their rating and getting back into the swing, actually swinging through. And as we speak, and I'm watching them, they seem to be getting better boat run, and I think sort of picking that up and starting to pull out at the moment. But look at the Wilderness School in lane 3 as well. So I would say lanes 3, Wilderness, Scotch College and Seymour College, nothing much in that at this early stage in the race. But Seymour are rowing well. You can see they're getting that boat run, and it looks as though they have pulled out in front of the field. Yes, it's becoming more obvious now. They've got about a quarter of a length, so 3 boat seats. And I think they're extending that now. Look at the way they're rowing. They're just getting in and they're getting that long, strong rating. They're not over-rating at this stage.
And
In
they
fact,
pushed that out to a length's lead.
Yes. In fact, they're rating at about 32. You look at it and you can see they're just taking it steady at the moment. They're out in front. And if anything, you seem to have just sort of settled in at about a rating of 32. But they're doing that well because they're getting in, they're getting the run, they're getting the push through the water.
Absolutely. Again, as we saw in the previous race, wouldn't be out of place in a first 8 final.
No.
From that Seymour crew.
No, very good rowing.
I think they did actually row in the second grade women's 8 at the West Lakes Regatta last week, and put down a very competitive time in that.
It was decisive win, many lengths.
But it's still early days, as we say. First 500 you want to get out in front, middle 1,000 you've got to keep your legs and then really wind to the line in this last. That's right. 500.
And we weren't seeing Walford as well across in lane 6, absolutely sticking with them.
Can certainly hear the pipers piping now.
And looks as though Wilderness may have dropped to the back at the moment, just dropped off the pace a little. But on this, it looks as though it is a Seymour College in lane 5 and Walford Anglican of Bridgman, Westwood, Fragus, Loudon, Taylor, Stewart, Bridgman, Lindner and Cox, Paps Burford. That's the Walford Anglican crew in lane 6. Really pushing it out with the Seymour crew of Goodhoff, Feldhoff, Schwartz, Shearer, Malingray, Arnold, Manifold, Linton and Arbin as the Cox.
They certainly seem to be maintaining that lead, but not pushing out to a much greater lead at this point, would you say, Greg?
No, I wouldn't. I would say that it's still anybody's race at this stage. Seymour's lifted its rating to about 36.
So they've passed the 1,000 mark.
They do have the lead at this point. So it's Seymour leading the schoolgirls second 8, race 58. to Walford, and then Scotch, and then Wilderness.
I do remember this being a very competitive boat class last year as well, between these two crews.
Well, I don't think any of these crews are going to sort of lay down. They will all
absolutely
be
not.
absolutely racing the front. Even if Seymour's got that lead at the moment, Wolford will not be letting them get away. They will be wanting to close in on them. The Cox would be telling them all of this as they're coming down to the 7:50 to go mark. Well, they would have passed that now.
They'll be able to hear the crowds cheering for them now, probably hear the music playing. Particularly that Seymour crew out in front, that's really going to drive them to the line, hearing those pipers.
I think so. There's a great atmosphere down here today at the Alex Ramsey course for Head of the River.
And they've certainly pushed that out to a fair lead now,
That's
haven't
right.
they?
Seymour's got a commanding lead now at the moment, and I would then give it back to Walford, racing with Scotch College for that second position, and then back to Wilderness. But it's the Seymour College crew as they come through the open water, who've got clear water and that lead, and they've just picked up their rating. So they're rating about 40, if that's correct, about now. So they're saying, look, this is our race. We're going to take it through to the line. So they obviously had a race plan to get to the 300 mark and then just lift and take it for home. And they are dominating this race with open water. So it's Seymour. Seymour back to Wolford, back to Scotch, and then to Wilderness School in the schoolgirl second 8 race.
Very tidy rowing from Seymour. Really long and strong, still holding through to the finish. You can really see them swinging together as a crew.
Rowing very, very well, not letting anything go. They've got the lead, but they're lifted again. They're saying, right, we've got 100 to go, lifting it up, pushing away from the Walford crew. But the Walford are responding. They've lifted their rating. They're taking it through to the line. And look at Scotch College.
As Seymour take it over the line for the win in the second 8 category.
And Wolford taking it down to the line.
Scotch are fast finishing here, but they're
Absolutely,
not going to catch Wolford.
Both crews. Wolford taking it down for the line at the moment. 2 strokes as they cross the line now, followed by Scotch, who are racing down now, keeping that rating up, pushing down to the line. And Scotch will take out 3rd position in the schoolgirl second 8.
With Wilderness coming through to finish that race for us.
With some great racing and great talent out there in the schoolgirl second 8s. Now this brings us to race 59, the schoolgirl year 910A Cox Quad final.
This is the B final of that event. So we had heats earlier in the day. In the B final in lane 4, we've got from Adelaide High, Booth, Mushki, apologies if I've mispronounced that, Blackman, Townend, coxed by Chikotsi, Scotch College Adelaide in lane 5, Clark, Edwards, Katsaris, Teat, coxed by Says, and lane 6, Nord International, Shaw, Bale, Jones, Cheer, coxed by Cheer as well. Now that's confusing me because she can't row and cox in the same race. That would be pretty amazing.
Unless there were 2 Cheers.
There might be. I have seen Angelica Cheer sculling out here quite a lot this season, but there may be 2 Cheers.
And we have a start in race 59, the schoolgirl year 910 A Cox Quad B final. And it looks as though Nord Morialta High or
Nord International.
Nord International. Well, it's variously named here, isn't it?
I think they changed their name because there's going to be a new Morialta High, so they've become Nord International.
Well, Nord International in lane 6 seem to have the lead at the moment over the field and tightly fought between Adelaide and Scotch College for the second position. But Norwood of Shaw, Bale, Jones, Cheer and Cox Cheer in lane 6 seem to have taken the lead at this stage in the race. This is a 1,500 metre race and this is the B final.
We should have a bit of a form guide from the heats in this event. However, I know that some of them sort of hold themselves back.
Well, that's right, particularly for this race. So for the two heats, of course, it's the first three that go through
Absolutely,
the final.
Yep.
And so for the remaining crews who don't make the first three, they go through to the B final. So it's very difficult to tell because, as we saw, particularly in this event race, the lead crews can take it a bit easier. I think we saw the rating being fairly slow from the lead crews of Seymour and Loretto. And so it's very difficult then to judge the form from those particular heats. But here...
In fact, the times that they did in the prelims would indicate this should be quite a close race. Is that how it's playing out?
Well, I think Norwood is stamping their position on this race at the moment in lane 6, out in front of Scotch College in lane 5 and Adelaide High. I wouldn't like to call it between Adelaide High and Scotch College, though, for second position. That's really tight. And I think that Norwood can be caught, but Norwood have got clear water at this stage and rowing well in this B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9-10A Coxed Quad.
Yeah, it surprises me. If any crew's a little bit off the pace, it might be that Scotch crew in the middle, which in fact had the fastest time from the preliminaries. So just goes to show what we were saying, that you can't really take anything from those.
No.
But again, in this boat class, it can change pace pretty quickly. They may have saved something for the line.
It is a bit easier to sort of put the speed on with the coxless boats, but even in these coxed boats, you're right, in the quads, you can pick up speed and really get them moving very quickly, can't you?
Personally, I think the cox is worth their weight in gold. I hate steering.
Yes. Look, coxes are so undervalued. I know, well, I certainly know in the 8 race that a cox is worth enormous. They make all the difference in the race.
It does look like a pretty tight race between Adelaide High and Norwood
Yeah,
International,
right.
but with Norwood still leading marginally.
I think so. So Adelaide High in lane 4, I think, has narrowed the gap with Norwood in lane 6. They've pulled away from Scotch College in lane 5, but I'd still give the lead to Norwood in lane 6 of Shaw, Bale, Jones, Cheer and Cox Cheer. This is a 1,500 metre race, and they've got just over 500 metres to go. And it's going to be a real battle now. I think Adelaide has really caught up to the Norwood crew, so I'm not going to call it at this stage. I'd say it's pretty even. It's going to be very interesting as they come down to that 300. And typically, the crews will have some indications because at the 250 mark, sometimes they call it the rocks because it's delineated by a section of rocks on the right-hand side as you're looking at the screen here at the 250. But about the 300, the crews will lift. I think in this instance, though, Norwood could have seen that Adelaide was starting to catch up on them, and they seem to have pushed out and re-established their lead. How would you call this?
No, I agree with you. I think they've just coming up to the 250 mark to go, and they certainly seem to have lifted it a little bit. These two crews did exactly the same time pretty much in the preliminary, so we did expect this to be neck and neck at this stage, but I would say that Norwood are holding them off at the moment.
Yes, maintain the lead. So it's Norwood, Morialta in lane 6 to Adelaide High in lane 4 and Scotch College in lane 5 in the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9-10A Coxed Quad. But Adelaide High is lifting.
Certainly finishing fast.
They are finishing fast and they are lifting and they are catching the Norwood crew. Can they catch them in the time that they've got leading to the final? Final line, Adelaide High lifting, catching up to the Norwood crew as they're coming down towards the line. I think Norwood might just have enough in front.
Oh, absolutely. They take it actually by nearly a length, or over a length, with a little bit of clear water.
But Adelaide High,
Not much.
No, Adelaide High, a great row in that last 250 to narrow that gap.
And they're followed over the line by Scotch, who complete that race. That was race 59 on our schedule, the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 ACOC Squad B final. So congratulations there to Norwood International. Great for them to have a win.
Now,
moving on. This is where we might come to fisticuffs here.
That's right. This one's good. This is a tough race. The race has started. Some great crews in this. I think the previous heats are not a good indication. Loretto, clear winners in theirs, but they were taking it easy. Seymour, same in their heat.
Absolutely. Let's just read out the crews so you know what we're talking about. It's race 60, the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 ACOC Squad A final. In lane 2, we've got Pembroke. Lane 3, St Peter's Girls. Lane 4, Loretto. Lane 5, Seymour. Lane 6, Wolford. Lane 7, Unley High. And I'm just going to read the crews from the screen in case we've had some changes. So Pembroke is Lucy Sage, Julia Labroy, Phoebe McLaren, Hannah Meltzer, coxed by Chowdhury. And in lane 3 from St Peter's Girls, we've got Ryan, Oakes, Upton, Rasciuto, Graves. In lane 4 from Loretto, Marriotteville, Lang, Rosenbauer, Deans, Kohlberg, coxed by Daggis. In lane 5 from Seymour, Wheaton, Walters, Barrera, Holland, coxed by Rhymes. In lane 6 from Wolford, Francu, Viacelli, Catanari, Taylor, coxed by Hewitson. And in lane 7 from Unley High, Hollis, Hamilton, Bates, Viss, coxed by Van Warmelo. And as we would expect, this field is pretty tight at this stage.
It's pretty tight at the moment. I'd probably just... in fact, I was going to give it to Loretto, but I think Seymour might have pulled out in front. Loretto are rating slightly higher, but Seymour look as though they're getting good runs, strong drive through the water. Not much in at the moment, but I would say the battle is on between Seymour and Loretto. Wow, this is going to be a race. And Wolford Anglican in lane 6, up there with all of them. So those three crews battling it out for first place. What a great race this is. I would just give it at this stage to the Loretto crew in lane 4, then to the Seymour crew in lane 5, and the Wolford Anglican crew in lane 6, but there is nothing much in it at this stage.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Wow, this is a real race. This is a great race particularly between those three crews. I don't think we've seen a race quite as close as this.
No, I agree today. And this is actually what we would have expected from the form guide. This category has been incredibly competitive all season.
And you'd expect to see a number of the rowers in these crews actually vying for the first eights next year. I mean, this is, and I'm told the previous record for this particular race was about 5:40, and the Seymour and the Loretto crews have been consistently doing that time, around that time. Yeah. So, the standard here is just absolutely exceptional.
They did. Loretto did 5:40 and Seymour 5:42 in the last West Lakes regatta. So that is Loretto with the dark blades coming through, slightly ahead of Seymour. Blades with the light blades.
So what's going to happen now? It's Loretto as they come down to the 250 mark. It's the Loretto crew in front of the Seymour crew. Are Seymour going to be able to lift and bring this back on them? But Loretto rowing strong and rowing well. It's Loretto to Seymour, to the Wolford crew. And we have down here in lane 3, we've got the St Peter's Girls lifting and challenging it. But at the moment, it's the Loretto crew, challenged by the Seymour crew. Coming down and Loretto are lifting. Can Seymour respond? They seem to just have a length on them at the moment. They've lifted their rating. Seymour are just responding to that. But I don't think they're going to have the time to be able to catch them. It's Loretto out in front, and there's the Year 9-10 A final.
Loretto out in front, back to Seymour, then Wolford, and actually Pembroke on the near side.
And it is Loretto, followed by Seymour.
Followed by Wolford Anglican, and then Pembroke School.
St Peter's
Girls and Unley High.
What a great race. Now, that was a fairly tight field too, so it says a lot for the standard of the rowers in this particular race. But It was taken out by Loretto, Marriotteville, Lang, Rosenbauer, Deans, Kohlberg and Cox Dagus, who are the winners of the Year 9-10 A Cox 4A final.
So the Cox Squad final.
Cox Squad final.
Yep. Wow. We have to recover from that excitement to take us on to one of the major races, one of the two major races left on the programme. So we're on to race 41, which is the schoolboy first 8.
Race 61, yes.
Sorry,
that's right.
61.
That's the Goss
Getting
Shield.
overexcited.
All right. Yeah, adrenaline gets up after that race, doesn't it? This is going to be a very, very interesting race. I'm looking forward particularly to seeing the battle between Prince Alfred College and St Peter's College. But Scotch College is going to be up there as well. All of these class crews.
They are indeed. So in these crews, we've got 4 of the representatives from the South Australian youth state team who are going to be competing at the Interstate Regatta as part of Nationals at the Gambia in a couple of weeks' time, a week or so's time. And they're mixed between the crews. So PAC, I think, have a couple of state reps. St Peter's have 1 and then quite a few reserves, and Scotch have 1 state rep as well. Yes. So the quality really in this field.
I think what it highlights is that Head of the River is not the end of your rowing career. Head of the River is actually the start of your rowing career. There's so many talented rowers out here, and we really want to see them going on to the Youth 8 and actually vying for the King's Cup and Queen's Cup crews in the next couple of years, because there's real talent out there. So the crews that we have, Norwood Morialta High in lane 2 of Howard, Zarabin, Barnes, Whitehouse, Cole, Telfer, Axonov, Camfuis and Cox Whitford. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar, Livesey, Barr, Perry, Tang, Menadue, Lehman, McGinley, Kutsonis and Cox Jarman. Prince Alfred College, Henbest, Dixon, Williams, Belcher, Feldhoff, Saunders, Jordan, Bell and Cox Olsen Jones. Lane 5, St Peter's College of Miller, Howard, Chipperfield, Henry, Balnaves, Harb, Nesbitt and Cox Graves. Scotch College in lane 6, Fielder, Davies, Felkel, Hensketh, Pereira, Holland, Dangerfield, Resma and Cox Walter. Lane 7, Christian Brothers, Arbin, Stefanovic, Bain, McShane, Payne, Hoskins, Lancock, Jackson and Cox Wilson. And Pembroke, Mao, Bursell, Euchel, Lynch, Tufnell, Bryce, Peter, Ross and Cox Mercer. Really looking forward to both the schoolboy first aid and the schoolgirl first aid events. As we keep saying, there's a lot of talent out there, and I'd like to think that we are actually looking at a lot of future King's Cup and hopefully Olympic rowers.
Well, let's hope so. So in the St Peter's College crew, we do have 4 representatives who went on to win last year the national schoolboys title at Lake Barrington. So it's good to see them making an appearance in the crew with 4 who weren't in it obviously last year and have stepped up.
Yeah, so that great depth of the program at St Peter's College. And so too at Prince Alfred College, Brian Richardson, they've got Brian Richardson and Alex Hill as their coaches there. Brian's the sort of senior director.
Yep, and just Alex Hill.
Yes, yeah, right. 2 sort of legends. So both programs are very, very strong. Very, very strong.
Absolutely, there'd be serious bragging rights here, wouldn't there?
That's right.
For the coaches as well.
That's right. But don't forget Scotch College. I mean, their coach James Seppel as well. So all of these crews, it's great to see the depth. And Pulteney Grammar, who I've had a bit to do with too, have really picked up their program and the depth. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go this year.
Norwood International have also really increased their pace as well, I think, this season under the mentorship of Brenton Terrell and Alex Allam Hansen. They've certainly been cutting good speed down the course. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do. We
don't have only in for the 8s here, but we've seen the strength of their program in the first 4 as well. So some great rowers there. And with Norwood, it's interesting they have some of their more junior rowers rowing out of other clubs as well and picking up in the sort of singles. So the we talk a lot about the big boys' schools because of the depth of their program, and it is harder when you've got a co-ed school because you don't have quite the depth of numbers to pick from, so that does make it harder. But even in those schools, we're seeing some really good coaches come in and building that up. I think Rowing South Australia recognises how important it is that we set an environment so that these rowers transition from schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing into those youth teams. And I think there's big call-outs to the clubs, Adelaide University, Adelaide, Torrens in particular, about reaching out and having those winter programs and engaging the schoolboy and schoolgirl rowers into the clubs, so there's that more natural transition as they finish in year 12. They've already got a connection to those clubs, and they can go on and row. And I think that we're seeing some really great things for rowing in South Australia because of that.
They certainly are promoting their winter programs at the moment, so if there are rowers watching this thinking, what am I going to do now that my school rowing career is over, please do consider signing up for one of those programs or signing up with a club and continuing your rowing career either here or interstate or wherever the sport may take you. Certainly seen a lot of athletes from here moving on to programs interstate, overseas.
Absolutely. And a call out to my club, Riverside. The clubs that we've just talked about are particularly strong for those elite rowers. Mm-hmm. But even if you're somebody who enjoys their rowing and are not aiming to be in the King's Cup, there's still a place for you. And I just think we've got a fantastic group of rowers. We also represent University of South Australia, where the University of South Australia rows out of Riverside. But we've got a number of open rowers, and I tell you what, they have a great time.
Yep. I wasn't aware of the link between UniSA and Riverside.
Oh yes, that's right. So. UniSA doesn't have as strong a formal program as obviously Adelaide University, but there's that opportunity for people to row out of the club for intervarsity and those things. So the key message is that whatever your level of rowing, you don't have to think, oh look, I don't think I want to row in the King's Cup crew, therefore I don't have to row. No, there's a place for you, and there are competitions, and we're seeing that groundswell coming through. So even if it's just a case of you want to get together with your rowing mates and you want to continue, there's a place for you without having to vie out for Sassy, for example. Yep. But for those people who've got that talent, absolutely that should be an aspiration.
I'm just looking at the activity down on the bank. The excitement's certainly building. There's all sorts of signs being waved down there for the, I think that must be for the victorious Loretto crew that just took out the Year 10A Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, we're getting that traditional massing of people. I do trust they've all got their masks on and they're socially distancing the 1.5 metres.
We haven't got quite as much of a massing because I think the rule is that only coaches and athletes are allowed on the beach this year.
Yes, that's right. It's certainly far thinner and far more controlled than it has been in previous years. And you do see that. Rowing South Australia has been working very hard and diligently to maintain all those COVID protections. And that has limited things this year, of course, but it's absolutely critical that we all follow those COVID rules so that we are able to maintain the program. And it's great that as a result of that, we've got so many people able to be out here for Head of the River. And of course, for those people who are watching from home, it has been tightly controlled. We've all got our wristbands, so the numbers are controlled here. And I think we're all looking forward to future years when we can return to those pre-COVID times. But as we line up here for the schoolboy first 8, race 61, the big race for the Goss Shield. Reminder again, in lane 2, Norwood Morialta High. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College. Lane 5, St Peter's College. Lane 6, Scotch College. Lane 7, Christian Brothers. And lane 8, Pembroke. And we've had a start in race 61, the schoolboy first 8 for the Goss Shield. All crews have got away cleanly. Nothing much in it. It's a very early stage. No crew seems to have leapt out in front. Very strong start from all crews.
The Norwood crew on the near side had a very nice start. On the far side,
yes,
from our
actually,
end,
Norwood.
They
have had a good start. They are certainly right up there with all the crews.
I think the colours of the zooties can put us off because St Peter's College row in a special white head of the river zootie.
Yes, that's
so
what it
they're
is.
in the middle of the field there. As you look at the screen, we've
Right.
got Norwood Morialta at the top, then PAC, and then Saints.
And looking at it now,
And
I would
Scotch.
say that it's PAC who may even have, yes, PAC are leading St Peter's College at this early stage. Now,
Don't get too
don't
excited.
get
Not
to
by
the-
much.
No, not by much, not by much. However, we do see, and St Peter's are pulling that back, but they were just beating them all. It looks as though St Peter's have put on a burst. St Peter's have taken the lead again over Prince Alfred College, followed by Scotch College Adelaide. So at the moment it's St Peter's College, Prince Alfred College, Scotch College, and Pembroke.
Hard to tell with
It's
our,
hard to tell
our
'cause, of
camera
course,
angle
with
because we can't see the far
angles,
side of the
that's right.
course at this stage.
The angles are a bit difficult to tell at this stage, but it does look as though
Certainly looks like Pembroke are ahead of Christian Brothers, but we can't see the Norwood Morialta. There we go. We've gone back out to a wide angle, but
Not-
it's still hard to
that's
tell.
right. Not surprisingly at this stage, the race is on for the first three places, though. It's St Peter's College, Prince Alfred College, and Scotch College. Now, based on previous form, that's not that surprising.
No, it's sort of what we'd expect. School Premiership Series 4, which is the last time these crews had a hit out directly against one another. They were 2 seconds apart. Last week they didn't race in the same categories, so St Peter's raced in the Open Men's 8 and PAC raced in the Schoolboy 8, but I think there was a second between them. The conditions may have been slightly different in those two races, but we would expect this to be a close one. But as you keep saying, anything can happen.
Anything, the mighty fall in the head of the river. Anything is possible.
I would say Saints may have a narrow lead.
I think Saints have just pulled out. They've got a narrow lead on Prince Alfred College. It'll be interesting to see what the race plan is. PAC rating at about 39 at the moment.
They're certainly sticking with the Saints crew.
And I think that's in Saints rating about 38, 39. I think that's important because what we've seen before has been that PAC has finished very, very strongly. But when they've gone that head-to-head, St Peter's have managed to sort of pull out. So they've got to
Now that they're in
touch with
sight,
them.
I'd say that Saints
Saints have
pulled
pulled
out
out.
to a bit of a lead here. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark.
And that has been their style, to pull out and make sure they get in front. And then just hold the cruise. But I'd say it's St Peter's College, to Prince Alfred College, and then back to Scotch College.
And then it's hard to tell whether it's on the near side or over on the far side with Pembroke. At this stage, no question about the leader. Seems to be St Peter's College.
To Prince Alfred College. But as I said, PAC finished very strongly. So the question is, where are they going to do their race? What is their race plan here? Now, St Peter's College have got the lead. It's going to be difficult to pull that back. If they're going to, they're really going to have to be lifting now and start pulling back that time on St Peter's. St Peter's are not going to want to let them go. But this is going to be a great race. Prince Alfred College seem to be lifting, pulling in close to the St Peter's College. Now the question is, can they do it? Can PAC catch St Peter's College and take them down to the line? So as we come down there through the 300, it is St Peter's College to PAC, but PAC are lifting. They're lifting up their rating. They're challenging and coming back on St Peter's. What's going to happen at St Peter's College as they come down to the 250? PAC are lifting, bringing it back on them as they do, taking it to St Peter's College. It's PAC racing through, and St Peter's College are responding. St Peter's College are lifting their rating, and they're rating now at about over 40. PAC are coming up with them, but they may not have enough time. St Peter's College are in front. PAC are catching them slowly, pulling them up a seat at a time. But they're not going to have enough time. It's St Peter's College out in front of PAC in the schoolboy first 8 race. And as they come down to the line, it is going to be St Peter's College taking out the schoolboy first 8. to PAC in a tough-fought final. The question now is, let's look back to the field.
Scotch, who are crossing the line to take third place and the podium medal for this race. And then we've got Pembroke over on the far side and Norwood International on the near side vying for fourth place. Let's see who can take it on the line.
Can Norwood pick up at the moment? We do have Pembroke School leading them, but his race, no.
Oh
wow,
Norwood
have
take
lifted.
the fourth place on the line. Can Pembroke hold off
And
a fast
Pulteney,
challenge from Pulteney?
Wow, look at those
They have to
crews
leave
coming
that
through.
one to the judges.
I think that was a great finish for those
Wasn't
last
it?
three crews racing through. But we confirm it was St. Peter's College of Miller, Howard, Chipperfield, Henry, Balnaves, Harb, Nesbitt and Cox Graves, who have taken out the 2022 Schoolboy First 8. This brings us to race 62, the Schoolgirl First 8 race.
Okay, so in this we have a full field of 8 boats. We've got Norwood International in lane 1, St. Peter's Girls in lane 2, Wolford Anglican in lane 3, Wilderness School in lane 4, Seymour College in lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6, Scotch College Adelaide in lane 7, and Adelaide High in lane 8. And again, I know that we've had a few crew changes through these crews for COVID or other reasons over the week, so I'm just going to read the names from the screen. So for Norwood International, we've got Demond Iagunia, Laurent Adler, Eva Harris, Emma Norris, Antonia Flower, Saskia Rofe, Paulina Picula, and Pippa Hansen, coxed by Mackenzie O'Connor. From St. Peter's Girls, we've got Vicar Lamb, Malik, Richards, Parker, Wakeham, Medcraft, Sharippa, Gulliver, coxed by Rashid. Wolford Anglican, we have Morrow, Young, Mentz, Hamilton, Richter, Williams, Newman, Worth, coxed by Restus. Wilderness School, Dowling, Al-Khazrahi, Marshall, Goss, Ruse, Detmold, coxed, Hoadley, Birchall, coxed by Andre. Seymour, we have Foster, McCrow, Wenk, McNally, Heason, Duggan, Pocock, Montgomery, coxed by Davies. Loretto Marriotteville, Anderson, Longstaff, Illman, Lennon, Munger, Murray, Macalino, Binns, coxed by Lang. Scotch College Adelaide, Bailey, Wakelin, Keenan, Casey, Leishke, Hurst, Derogi, Voivodic, coxed by Henschke, and Adelaide High, Malhy, Matthews, Buckman, Ivory, Baxter, Wagoner, Prow, Green, coxed by Coppola. So again, we've got very good calibre of athletes in this race, as you would expect. We've got some of the state representatives from the youth team. Again, four representatives. Not split quite as evenly through the crews this time. So Loretto have got 3 of the state youth squad in their boat, which bodes well for them, we'd hope.
And how do you see this race going on previous form? It's actually really hard to call this one.
This is a tricky one because I think there have been some crew changes at the last minute. As we just watched the boys' crews come in, that's really lovely to see their celebrations on the beach. So yes, sorry, I was just saying, I think because we've had some late crew changes, it is hard to call because it's been a relatively close category.
Yes.
I don't like to say who I would expect it to be.
Well, I don't think we can expect it to be anyone.
No.
And this race, there's some real top talent out there. I know at the last regatta in the Open Women's 8, Wilderness rode by invitation, and therefore technically Seymour won. But Wilderness won that race, and I thought quite strongly
and they also took out School Premiership Series 4 in this category. But I do know they've had a couple of crew changes due to COVID. So
who knows? That's right.
But they've got a great program with really, really good athletes throughout their program. So I'm sure that whoever stepped up into that crew will be more than capable.
That's right. And then we've got the Seymour crew, of course. Now the Seymour have been, winning the schoolgirl 8s, and they won that the last event. But of course, Wilderness didn't row in that race.
Exactly.
So then it was, Seymour, and not far back in that race to Walford. They were only sort of three and a half seconds behind them, and then a sort of gap back to St Peter's Girl. So, when we look at this, Wilderness, Seymour, Walford, it could be anybody, but they would be the crews that I would be particularly.
Well, me too. But I mean, last year, I don't think many of us predicted Scotch would come through to win.
No.
So I don't like to rule anyone out, really.
No.
And that Scotch crew has still got 3 of last year's victorious Head of the River crew in it. So, while I would expect on the form to know what might happen.
Yes, it's anybody's race. This is genuinely anybody's race. And as you say, the crews have moved around. And also, we've got to remember that they also affected the crews in the previous races. So the crews that have been racing up to now haven't always been the crews that the schools might have wanted, because people have been sick and they've been moving it around. So previous form is not a great guide,
exactly,
I think, to this particular race.
So it looks like they're lining up on the start. This should start at 2 o'clock. So we have been running on time, but whether we might just be a couple of minutes over time with this one. I think we do have a start now.
So a start in the schoolgirl first 8, race 62. This is raced over 2,000 metres. I think all crews have had a good start. And this is for the Florence Eaton Cup. Schoolgirl first 8, Florence Eaton Cup.
So until the camera angle changes, it's quite hard for us to tell who's had the best start here, but pretty even at this stage.
Pretty even. The sort of early indications is that Walford Anglican in lane 3 seems to have had a good start, just certainly for those crews around them. So I just seem to be leading St Peter's
and Loretto and Scotch also on this side.
Yes.
So for people watching at home, Scotch have the very distinctive yellow colours and yellow blades, so they're quite easy to see as your marker there in lane 7. Next to them, on the right-hand side of them, is Loretto Marriottville with the dark blades. And then you've got Seymour College with the sort of dark rowing zooties and the white blades.
But interestingly, Wilderness, perhaps not, have pulled out. They've got a clear lead over
They absolutely do, yeah.
They've got a clear, almost a length over the Seymour College crew at this stage, and Walford Anglican. So it's Wilderness leading, second Walford Anglican, third it's a tussle now between Seymour and Loretto Marriottville. But those
so
crews
Loretto certainly aren't letting them get away.
No, I think this is fairly tightly bunched at the moment, but Wilderness appear to have the lead at this early stage.
I'd agree with that.
So as you look at the screen, you can see in lane 1, Nord Morialta High, lane 2, St Peter's Girls, lane 3, Walford Anglican, lane 4, Wilderness, lane 5, Seymour, lane 6, Loretto Marriottville, lane 7, Scotch College, and lane 8, Adelaide High. Wow, a very evenly contested race at this stage. Now, you're talking about Scotch College, and I'm just looking at them on the screen now in lane 7. They are certainly up there with the field, aren't they? Hard to tell from this angle.
They are. I'd still say it's coming in those middle lanes.
Yes, so Seymour College.
Seymour and Wilderness.
Seymour Wilderness at this stage, followed very closely by Loretto Marriottville. We just look how Walford Anglican's going, though, in lane 3. Wow, this is a tight race.
Well, we were expecting a tight race here, weren't we, after the performances over the last few regattas.
And that's what you like to see, just quality crews battling it out side by side as they come down the the course. I think they're just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. This is a 2,000 metre race, so they've crossed the halfway line. And I think the crowd's just going to absolutely erupt as they come down the course. They start coming into view here.
Certainly, Seymour looking very strong, Wildy looking very strong, and Loretto as well. Slight gap possibly back to Scotch at this point. And I think Wolford Anglican are right up in it as well. I was being put off by their amazing hair ribbons, thinking, who's wearing green hats? But it's hair ribbons, I think, in that Wolford crew.
That's right. So Seymour's rating at about 38. And Loretto Marriottville rating about 38 as well.
I'd say that rating may have taken Loretto out to a bit of a lead, actually. Would you agree?
Yes, I think Loretto has possibly pulled out in front of Seymour College. There's not much in it at the moment.
Not much in it. And Wolford on the near side, looking very strong.
They look as though they may even have pulled out in front of Wilderness, who took
that
early lead, and they may have faded just slightly. But this is anybody's race at this stage. But look at that Wolford crew in lane 3. Aren't they rowing well?
You'd think it's going to be between Loretto, Seymour and Wolford.
I'd say at this stage it looks to be Wolford of Morrow, Young, Mentz, Hamilton, Richter, Williams, Newman, Worth and Cox Restus just leading the field. But Seymour are lifting as well as they come down through the 300. What is going to happen here? It's Wolford Anglican in lane 3, Seymour in lane 5, Loretto Marriottville in lane 6. As those three crews battle it down here, it looks as though Wolford Anglican might just have it in front of them at the moment, to Seymour College and then across to Loretto Marriottville, but it's anybody's race. Who can lift at this stage? It's Wolford in front at the moment in lane 3, to Seymour College in lane 5 and Loretto Marriottville in lane 6. What can Seymour do? Can they lift and pull back the Wolford crew in lane 3? But at the moment it's Wolford, Seymour, Loretto Marriottville, anybody's race. As Seymour lift, can they bring it back on the Wolford crew? But the Wolford crew are rowing strong in lane 3, pulling out in front. They've probably got about 2 seats on the Seymour crew and then back to Loretto Marriottville. But the Wolford crew are holding on and they're pushing through to the line. They've got about 4 seats on the Seymour crew who are closing in on them. But it's going to be Wolford, then to Seymour.
Then Loretto. And Wildy coming over to take the 4th place from Scotch.
And then St Peter's Girls in lane 2 and Adelaide High in lane 8. What a race that was.
And how fantastic for Wolford, who are hosting Head of the River today, to have a win in the premium boat class and take away the girls' first 8. What an excitement.
Absolutely.
I'm glad we didn't call it at the beginning who we thought might win that category.
That's absolutely right. It's anybody's race in the Head of the River, and the standard is so high in this category that anybody could have won that race.
Oh, absolutely.
And congratulations to Wolford for taking out the schoolgirl first 8 Head of the River.
That completes our racing for today here at West Lakes. We'd just like to say thank you once again to everyone who's attended, for your compliance with all the strict COVID requirements, etc., etc. It's a pleasure to have you down here. And if you've just had to watch it on the live stream, I hope we've given you some idea of the amazing atmosphere down here today. We'd like to thank Wolford as the hosting school. Very excited for them to see them come away with a win. We'd like to thank Uni SA as our event sponsor. And all of our Rowing SA sponsors who we normally shout out to. Thank you very much to you for all your support throughout the season.
And of course, a last call out to our boat
race officials and volunteers. Yes, apologies.
And a recognition to Rowing South Australia.
And with that, I think we're going to wrap up the commentary for today. There won't be any medal I think the winning crews have been awarded with their medals on the pontoon, but other medals and trophies will be awarded afterwards in compliance with COVID requirements.
That's right. Because of the COVID requirements, there won't be a separate presentation ceremony for those trophies. That'll be done separately. So that concludes the Head of the River for 2022, celebrating 100 years of rowing, sponsored by UniSA and hosted by Walford Anglican School for Girls, the Greg Walters and
Anna Crowley. Thank you very much for listening to us, and we'll catch you next year.